Hello everybody. How's everybody doing today? How are you all doing? Man, I've seen so many bad takes. Yeah. So I've been watching videos here and there about FF14 and the story, because I heard like when I was just browsing stuff, I heard a lot of people say like FF14 MSQ, well FF14 I don't know, so like the new expansion and stuff has a lot of negative reception, and I wanted to see what people are saying about it. And man, I've seen so many fucking bad takes about the story. It's not even funny, man. Oh, brother. Man, there's so many bad takes, man, and like, you know, like superficial thoughts about the story. I don't even know where to start to talk about it, because like I was trying to, you know, be open-minded and like, you know, okay, sure, you know, there's probably some issues, you know, that maybe I overlooked or what have you, like, you know, it happens, right? You especially if you're enjoying something, it's easy to overlook things that, you know, might not be great and stuff like that. And I went in, you know, thinking, okay, maybe there's some problems that I didn't notice, and there's you know, issues, and like I found a few things that people mentioned that are like maybe not that great or like even lacking, but almost everything I've seen boils down to personal preference rather than anything wrong with the story. But the problem I have is that most people are voicing their opinions as being like a fact, like, okay, this is bad storytelling, or this story is shit, or like, you know, very like kind of like strong cases of why the story is bad and needs to be changed, where more often than not, if you actually think about what they're saying, what they're really saying is, well, I don't like this because I prefer it differently. I would have done it differently. And it bugs me to no end when I see that kind of feedback. And it's the worst part is that it's the vocal people, right? It's the most vocal contingent of players. Because the other people are like, you know, just minding their own business, like myself. Like, I've just played the story, had my fill, and, you know, now I'm gonna focus on other things, like, you know, leveling characters and what have you. But like, everybody that's complaining about the story has so little understanding of storytelling. It really gets on my nerves, honestly, at some of the feedback I've been seeing. Oh, brother. Like, I'm trying to read some of the feedback, you know, in part for the video and for the stream and stuff. But like, where was it? Pause. Let me do this. Okay. So like okay, let's just read some of this stuff, you know, because it's easier if I just read it and I don't like just talk, you know, for myself, because I don't know, like I've been watching some YouTube videos, so now I'm looking at Steam comments, honestly. But like so many of them are kind of just like complaining about things that are meaningless, so to speak. It's almost like nitpicking kind of thing. Like, here's one. MSQ quality is depressing this time. Bold, strong statements. I loved Endwalker and Shadowbringer's story, but this is just depressing. Like, duh. Of course it's depressing when you compare it to the culminating point of a 10-year saga kind of thing, right? Like, Dawntrail was supposed to be a new setup, a new story, a new environment. Like, we're exploring the world, you know, we're taking a break. The stakes aren't technically as high, right? Obviously shit blows up because it's a game, and you know, the story requires us to have some villains and like some things to fight against, and you know, things like that. But like, the whole fucking point of Dawntrail is that it's setting us up for the next kind of arc or something. It's like expecting the first 2 episodes of an anime to be as good as, like, you know, the peak episode 8 or 9 or 10 or whatever of a season where, you know, the big thing happens. So I love that Walker, blah, blah, blah. Haven't finished story yet, but my main gripe is that story treats players like 6-year-olds. Every single thing is explained to you in great detail. Like at one moment before the first trial, as I was saying, even people with all the different ideals can find understanding through earnest discussion. I believe that wholeheartedly. This sounds like a corporate statement. Are you fucking kidding me? Have you been playing Final Fantasy for any amount of time? Like, it's comments like these that really get on my nerves. No sass, no character, nothing. Listening to this feels like munching dry and moldy bread. And all MSQs like that. MSQ has been like that for literally 10 fucking years. Like, from the big, oh shit, sorry, misclicked. Like, we've had this kind of storytelling from the very beginning. Like, even back to ARR, right? We're talking about ARR, right? You had the whole Crystal Braves things and other arcs like that, where the whole point was that we need to talk to understand each other and set our differences aside. Heaven's Word, it's all about humans and dragons talking it out and finding a way to move past, like, past grudges and stuff like that. So when you say things like, this sounds like corporate statements, like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Like, are we even playing the same game? Final Fantasy XIV has always had like a kind of Japanese perspective view of storytelling of things. It's very shonen-y. The power of friendship is all throughout the game, from the very first, you know, from ARR all the way to the current expansion. And you're telling me that you only notice this stuff now. You probably skipped most of the story or something leading up to Endwalker and, you know, Shadowbringers and stuff like that, if you didn't notice this stuff until now. Holy shit. Characters are 1 or even 0-dimensional. Another stupid ass take. New races are bland and uninspired and basically have one defining trait, and that's all. World building is lazy. That has always been how the world has been built, and then extrapolated and expanded on throughout the expansion and throughout, like, side quests or like things like beast tribes. Like, look back to ARR. Most of the beast tribes were 1-dimensional because they were fervent in their zealotry and like beliefs and their like direction of things. Look at the Amal Ja, right? Like, let's look at the game a little bit. Right, because, you know, it's easier to look at things. So we got reputations. Talk about 1-dimensional. Amal Ja, warmongers and territorial, you know, beast tribe. the sylphs. They sit in the forest and play pranks on peeps and do nothing really outside of that. Kobolds, they mine and they like shinies. That's about it. The Sahagin, they fight the Limzans all the time because of territory and because they need to expand their territory to take care of their own, because the waters are being used up by the Limzans. The Ixal, like, that one was a crafting tribe, so it did have 2 dimensions, I guess. It wasn't the typical Ixal like story, but like the Ixal throughout the story were one-dimensional as well, and then extrapolated on through the Beast Tribes quests and things like that. Like, this idea that Final Fantasy XIV is one-dimensional now and has never been, as a basis of how the story begins, because again, it begins. This is a new continent, and we only get a taste of things. We get the things that are the most obvious, that are most on the surface level, right? So we got what? We got the, what are they called? I keep forgetting the name of the tribe. Let me, what was it? Trying to find the button. No. I think it's an unending codex. Concepts, no. Persons. Mamuk, I think they're called. Do I see the Mamuja and stuff here? I thought it would be added here. Maybe later. Like the Mamuk, I think they're called. The Mamulja and Amulja. The Mamul. Yeah, Mamuk, I think, is the tribe name. Like, we get to see only the surface level stuff. Primarily the stuff in, like, the... What was it called? Yaktel? Was it? Yeah, Yaktel, right? So we see basically the stuff from Mamuk, right? From that specific tribe, because the other ones have all left, right? They're in the city and they live integrated lives with everybody else. These Mamuk are like, quote unquote, just normal, citizens of a capital now. The ones living in the capital are kind of like mixed together and whatnot. But the Mamuk specifically in Mamuk, like those Mamulja, they have a very specific way of living because they stayed behind and keep living by, the old standards and whatnot. So they're one-dimensional because we interact with them and only get to see a very small glimpse of what they're like and what is influencing them as far as the story is concerned. We didn't delve into every single specific aspect and, tradition and whatnot of the tribe because it wasn't relevant to the story. As we get through, the patches and the extra story and like the Beast Tribe quests, or so societal relations as they're called now, right? We'll get to see more of them. We'll get to see some, other aspects of the way they live and things like that. You have the side quests as well that also develop them further. And it's like, I swear some of these people didn't play the game until recently, skipped story for the longest time, or what have you, because some of these comments are literally brain dead. Yeah, and talk about like, yes, dungeons and trials are good. Yes, graphic updates is excellent. Yes, locations look pretty. Yes, new job gear is awesome. But what's the point if you want to unlearn how to read and perform self-assisted lobotomy just to not experience the story? Like, what kind of a garbage-ass take is this? Like, for real, what kind of a garbage take is this? Because I can't take this seriously. This is supposed to be a helpful review for people to get an idea. It's like another one. Speak with Wuklamat, speak with Wuklamat again, speak with Wuklamat again. Like, yeah. If you have a part of the story that focuses on a particular character or a particular character's, like, story arc, you're gonna be interacting with that character a lot. We've had that happen in previous expansions as well, where like half the story or even all of the story, we spend almost all of our time with like the same people back and forth. yes, I get it. Wuklamat gets a little bit too much screen time. But like, it makes sense from the perspective of the story. Like, dude, I've reached the point where I'm starting to hate people on the internet because they have some of the dumbest fucking takes in existence. Every idiot with a computer can get to write tripe and feel smart for saying some of the dumbest shit possible. Like, the only like real like complaint that I've seen that like I can reasonably like accept, so to speak, or like give validation to, is the fact that you know, there's some pacing issues. Like, yeah, okay, you know, when it comes to pacing, everybody has their preference. Everybody has like a certain opinion of how slow or fast certain things should go. I myself had some moments where I thought things went a little bit too fast or a little bit too slow, but like, that doesn't make the story inherently bad. That doesn't mean the execution is bad. Sure, it can mean that in some cases, but it's a matter of like magnitude when we talk about these things. It's not like, oh, you didn't hit, you know, perfectly the right line, then it's, you know, it's bad. It's like, no, man, it's more like, you know, when you're hungry. If you're very hungry, you'll want more because you need to, you know, feel like you're, you know, filled and stuff. But if you've already eaten before, you'll need slightly less food to, you know, maybe you aren't even hungry, you just need a little bit of a taste. It's like pacing is one of those things where, you know, some people want more, some people want less. Some people think it's just about enough. Like, that one, okay, I can get behind. It's like, yeah, okay, not much to say. It's like personal preference and opinion. But when personal preference and opinion starts being framed as, this is objectively bad because I don't like this theme or whatever, and the way you can tell some of these like are framed poorly is because you can get to see people saying the exact opposite things on the same thing. It's like, some people say, this part was too long and I hate it because it doesn't do anything for the story. And then you have another person say, I like this part, it was just right, but I hated this second part that the other guy, you know, loved. It's like, yeah, because it's subjective what you like. I don't usually give too much attention to these kind of things because, again, opinion is opinion and, you know, preferences are preferences. But, dude, there is so much negativity, at least in the English speaking space, which I can mostly read, right? And most of it isn't warranted. Like, part of me thinks that it's just not all of them, obviously, because, again, preference, like I said, but like, a lot of this feedback to me sounds almost like people that came over from World of Warcraft kind of doing their thing again, where they push their opinions as fact. And you see this a lot in the WoW community. If you frequent any of like the WoW-centric sites like Wowhead and MMO Champion and stuff like that, where people say the dumbest shit because they don't like something and provide like no constructive feedback, but it kind of sort of makes sense because other people also feel kind of negative about things. So it just becomes a circle jerk of negativity where people just say negative shit to validate themselves and like their feelings. And it pisses me off. It's one of the things that put me off World of Warcraft for the longest time. The game is part of it because, again, it has issues, but it almost every time when we end up talking about issues, people come in with the strongest opinions as to why something is or isn't good in a very like how should I put it? Like, they're so convinced that they know the answer to something. Like, barely anyone talks with any degree of uncertainty or like leave room for interpretation or discussion or debate it's if you say this thing, you'll get some people that say, yeah, I agree, and then you'll get other people that say, you're a fucking moron, go kill yourself, you have no idea what you're talking about, get out of my game. You know, it's like, Jesus fucking Christ. And I'm not saying it's the same people per se, but I'm getting the same kind of vibe. It's like we had such a big influx of people during, the last 2-3 years, in part because WoW was doing very, very badly, and in part because of, the staying at home part, that you have all of these new people that have not actually grown with the game, don't actually have a real connection to the world, the game, the themes, the presentation, the style of game it is, and then they just complain. Because one of the things that I've seen across the board in almost every negative feedback that talks about the story, it's almost everyone exclusively praises the fact that the difficulty of the battle content was raised. And that is such a World of Warcraft take that don't get me wrong, there's always been people in 14 that wanted more difficult content and stuff like that, but I'm getting this feeling, a vibe of the World of Warcraft migration of people that only care about gameplay and very little about story, and don't care about theming, and don't care about what kind of story the game wants to tell and things like that. And they just shit on it because it's not I don't know, the best season of whatever show or whatever, peak of a show. You can tell I'm annoyed. You can probably tell I'm annoyed by this type of feedback. It's like everything that's not MSQ story is great, but I'm sure people who don't care about it and skip everything will have swell time. They'll have to skip a lot though. It's like, if we rate the expansion without the story, it's an easy 9 out of 10. But I can't recommend it if you like the story. And I'm just like, what game have you been playing for the last 10 years? Have you even been playing this game for the last 10 years? Or did you just join in at the end of Shadowbringers? I'm so annoyed. And the main reason I'm so annoyed is because you get all of this strong negative reaction and feedback, and usually it's warranted. Usually people have a reason to have gripes with something, especially if it goes unanswered for a long time or things like that. Again, in World of Warcraft, I kind of get it, right? People are kind of shitty and piss all over the devs and everything, but you can kind of understand it in the sense that the game has been on a downhill trajectory for a good chunk of time, and it's been bleeding players, and almost all of the old fan base of the World of Warcraft universe and game is kind of teeter out. From all the people that I have on my friends list on the Battle.net that used to play World of Warcraft, most of them are no longer online at all. Not even, I dabble from time to time. It's they're literally just offline. They've deleted World of Warcraft from their memory entirely. So I get sometimes that negative feedback happens because of that, because you feel like you're not listened to, but the reaction to the FF14 MSQ is so exaggerated. I don't understand where it's coming from, because I really have a hard time believing that those negative reviews come from people that actually play this game for a reasonable amount of time or to any degree paid attention to the story. Saying it's the worst story ever, or the characters are poorly written and things like that. And it irritates me. It genuinely irritates me. Saying Woklamatsa, Mary Sue, and it's maybe but so are we, the main character. So is Yashtola. So are a lot of characters. Like, Alphinaud is almost a perfect being at this point. All of their flaws were fixed 8 years ago. You know? Like, we haven't dealt with the same Alphinaud since fucking, Heaven's Ward. That was the last time when Alphinaud had any kind of flaws. Like, what are you talking about? Like, Mary Sue, Wuklamat is a Mary Sue. Dude, half the cast is a Mary Sue by that logic. We, the MC, are a fucking Mary Sue. We do everything perfectly, especially if you're like an Omni-crafter and Omni-class person. It's like, you're good at literally fucking everything. You're the epitome of existence. You have no flaws, you pretty much never fail, and when you do fail, you get some Deus Ex Machina bullshit plot armor that saves you when you had no business getting saved. There's so many instances where you as a character should have, died or like had something really bad happen, but the story doesn't allow it. It's like, yeah, okay, there is some Mary Sue plot armor going on with Wuklamat because the focus is on her as part of the story, but that has always been the case. It's not like it's something new, because a lot of this negative feedback, it makes it sound like this is something new, right? Like, we haven't seen this in even Shadowbringers and Endwalker, where people keep praising it, right? Dude, in Shadowbringers, the Crystal Exarch, dude, the guy was like a fucking god, never failing until we come in, right? Because for years on end, he took care of everything, and when we come in, he starts making some mistakes that we get to fix, right? It's like, dude, at least be honest in your criticism. Just say you don't like it, because I get it, right? Like, the MSQ for Dawntrail is very shonen type, anime style, bullshit, as they call it, right? If you don't like shonen stories and things like that, I get it. It's not your cup of tea. But say it's not your cup of tea instead of saying it's bad, it's poorly written, it's poorly this, it's poorly that, this is terrible, this other thing is terrible, just because you like a particular type of storytelling. And even then, much of the complaints directed at things like Wuklamat and the story apply to Shadowbringers and Endwalker as well. It's just that people prefer the darker, more like end of the world themes. But we knew from the start this is not gonna be Endwalker or Shadowbringers. We knew we're going to a new continent. We knew this is gonna be a new story. You should be comparing this to like ARR and maybe a little bit of Heaven's Ward than anything else. Like, this isn't something that was supposed to be, fucking Endwalker, right? It's not the end of a 10-year saga. It's the beginning of a new one. We get things set up for the future. We got a relatively small villain because, again, the focus isn't on the villain. It's on what they represent, what they're trying to set up for the future, the implications. It's like, I really don't understand where all this negative sentiment comes towards the story. I've been playing FF14 continuously since 2016, and this is by far the worst expansion release I have witnessed. How? Dawntrail sits in an awkward position because it exists in a space where it needs to fulfill two different objectives. On the one hand, this is a story that is only accessible after hundreds of hours of prior investment. To see Dawntrail, you have to have seen the entirety of 5 separate games. On the other hand, this is a brand new story. It is difficult for me to characterize exactly what went wrong in Dawntrail's story, but my succinct verdict is the writing is bad. Very often critics will make mention of telling instead of showing. That's also a bullshit take, but okay. The game has done plenty of showing. Like, the game has done an ample amount of showing, and most of the telling is repeating or reinforcing points that were made clear. And show don't tell, I really hate that whole expression, because the most disingenuous and like uncultured people use that to like they use it as a scapegoat to just say like, oh, you said you didn't show, obviously it's bad. No, sometimes you show, sometimes you tell. There's certain things that are better presented by telling instead of showing. And sometimes you intentionally say something and don't show things because there maybe is a revelation that needs to come out later. So we don't show right now because we're gonna show it later, or you'll get a revelation later, right? But everybody's so like, like an armchair critic at this point that it kind of annoys me. Pacing is awful. Sorely tempted to skip cuts in this game for the first time in 8 years. Awkward dialogue, stilted exposition, lack of characterization. Too many things went wrong for me to point at one specific part and say, this right here is the part. With the notable exception of Wuklamat, is the de facto protagonist of this story, and she is an insufferable character. She is introduced as having some character flaws. She rashly rushes into fights and is generally clueless of the culture of other people. At no point, however, are these character flaws resolved. Clearly, you haven't paid attention to the story. Everything just magically works out for her in true Mary Sue style. No real conflicts are born of these flaws, and no conflicts forces her to confront her weaknesses. It is generally not a problem that the player character, the warrior light, is no longer the protagonist. However, when the main character that we have to follow around is boring, starts to grind on you quite a bit. Like, this shows me that these people lack critical thinking. Many of the conflicts that are laid out in front of Wuklamat have nothing to do with the people around her creating conflict. This is a nation that has existed for 80 years. And that's another thing that I'll get to soon. It's like, this nation has existed united for 80 years. A lot of the problems, major problems, have already been resolved for the most part. Obviously, there is still conflict. Obviously, there's still problem. But by and large, those aren't the focus in the story because they're not relevant to what we're going through. We do interact with the tribe. We see their plights and their problems. Some of them newer, like the Vanu, or some of them older. Oh, actually Hanu is this time. And some of them older, like the Mamuk, where there's like, persistent resentment. But some of them we don't get to directly address right now because they're not something that we can address right now. It's not part of what we're doing in those zones. Like the Mamuk thing, right? We try to come up with a solution. We offer a different way of doing things. We resolve the problem. Like Wuklamat has grown throughout the story from start to finish. But some people, that's another thing that really bugs me. It's like everybody expects characters, when they say they want characters to grow, they expect radical changes in perspective and viewpoints of the world, or like the changes with Alfino, right, where he goes from, and honestly I would even dare say a little bit Alfino is poorly written in that sense a little bit, because Alfino goes from being a kid to being more mature than a lot of the grown-ups in the room oftentimes. And at some point, you have to just be like honest with yourself. It's like, not everybody has a complete radical 180 change in their worldview and personality. Wuklamat changes a lot throughout the story. She realizes that she doesn't know a lot. You even see that, like the coronation, right? When she proposes her brother Kwana to join her in joint rulership, right? She's aware that there's a lot that she doesn't know and can't do on her own, right? It's made perfectly clear throughout the story that she has grown, she has learned that she's not perfect, she understands that she's not a perfect ruler, and she asks Koana for assistance. Because there's a lot of things that Koana's good at that she isn't, and vice versa. It's just... It really feels like a lot of these people didn't actually pay attention to the story. to call the story of Dawntrail a major disappointment would be letting the developers off the hook too easily, I think. Jesus fucking Christ, how full you are of yourself. It's about the power of friendship, and that gets old quick. Yes, it's been the power of friendship for 5 expansions now, and you only noticed it now. Jesus fucking Christ! Like, I am so annoyed by reading some of these comments. I even saw people complaining about like the you know there was that one line that kind of gets repeated throughout the story, something along the lines of communication builds understanding or whatever, and people were shitting on that line as being cheesy and corny when it's literally the basis of the game since literally 2.0. Like literally everything in every expansion boils down to we want to learn more about what's happening. Even the enemies, like the whole fucking story in Shadowbringers with Emet-Selch is us trying to understand him. Even if we are on different sides, we try our best to understand him and remember him and like understand his position. And people are complaining that why is Wuklamat trying to understand Sven? It's like, oh, I don't know. It blows my mind. Why would she try to do that? It's not like it's the main fucking theme of this game since the very beginning. Cooperation, understanding, tolerance. How is this new to anybody playing this game for any amount of time beyond, I don't know, 10 hours? When the story starts picking up in ARR or something. Maybe more than 10 hours, I guess, sure. It does start a little bit slow. It's like... It's so infuriating. And the thing is, on the one hand, I get the sentiment, right? Some people were expecting something more, and it didn't quite deliver on those expectations. But I struggle to understand, because of this, like, the poorly, like, constructed feedback, I struggle to understand where the flaws are that need to be changed beyond just people in the Western audience, I guess, kind of, because again, it's mostly English speaking reviews that I've looked over. People in the Western scene don't seem to like shonen type stories. Like, that's kind of the conclusion I'm getting at, sort of. But even then, it doesn't feel like that is the problem, because it hasn't been a problem in Shadowbringers or Endwalker. Like, if the problem is the shonen type storytelling, why did you like it in Endwalker and Shadowbringers? Why did you like it, in A Realm Reborn or something? Okay, A Realm Reborn wasn't really that much of a shonen story in the, like the most traditional sense, kind of like, your DBZs, your Narutos, your all that kind of stuff. It doesn't follow quite that formula. Neither does Stormblood, really. But I mean, depends. If you're looking at it from the perspective of the, the main character, the Warrior of Light, it still does. But like, I guess from the side characters, it feels like people are just annoyed that they're not the spotlight. And I also saw a lot of people complaining about the fact that Wuklamat comes in to steal their glory in the last trial. Because she comes in, from the other dimension where she was pocketed, kind of thing. And I'm just sitting there thinking, like, dude, are you new to the game? Because this isn't the first time. You didn't complain about it when it happened before. You didn't complain about it when it happened with, like, Rin and Gaia. But now it's a problem because she steals your thunder of saving the world, because that's what we do as the Warrior of Light. It's like, Jesus Christ, you completely missed the point throughout the story so many times. Every single step of the way since, like, literally A Realm Reborn, the story has repeatedly shown us that we, the Warrior of Light, generally speaking, are the muscle in the story. We are the most powerful, but almost every single time when we do a great feat, it's because others help us and set things up for us to succeed. We don't do it by ourselves. It's always with support and assistance from others that give us the opportunity to excel and like stand out. We're very competent adventurers and fighters. We have the advantage of the echo where other people's don't, and because of that we're put at the forefront of most battles. But it's not like we're some kind of mythical fucking god that solves everything by ourselves. So this whole idea of like Wukalamat stealing our thunder or stealing our glory is so disconnected. I don't know how to put it nicely. Like, it's so out of left field. And that's why I keep saying, like, I feel like a lot of these people that are complaining about the story are new to the game, are like the WoW refugees and stuff from like, you know, 2022 and stuff, and they didn't actually go through a story, you know, and experience the build-up of the world and the story. Because this was never meant to be Shadowbringers or Endwalker. It was made abundantly clear since the point Endwalker even ended, MSQ ended. It's not that. So people expecting this to be that is just disconnected and, you know, dumb. I don't know how else to put it. It's just like I looked at so many YouTube videos and read so many comments trying to understand, like, to extrapolate some kind of, you know, valuable feedback, something to like actually wrap my hands around and say, yeah, okay, I can see this. But literally the only thing that I can agree with people's criticisms is that the pacing is off, because it's so subjective you can't really argue against it. We all have our preferences. Like I said, even I thought there were some parts where pacing wasn't great. It could have been better. Some parts could have been longer. Some parts could have been shorter. Like the last zone, for instance, I was not a big fan of it because the first part of like the 4 sections, it was important to like lay out how people from Alexandria think, but the pacing of each zone was kind of like not the same. And I would have liked more with Erenville and Kachiwa to develop there, but I don't think it was badly executed or poorly written, as people say. The most I would be willing to say there is that the pacing was off. Like, we could have used like 1 or 2 more quests with Kachiwa. I can agree with that, right? Like, I felt like that was a little bit short. Maybe another 1 or 2 quests with like Kryl, for sure. I would have liked that as well. But that's a preference thing. Like, I would have liked more of this because I liked this. I didn't like this other thing. I would have liked less of this. But that doesn't make it bad. It's like, I don't know, saying like, just because you don't like pineapple pizza is bad. It's like, no, it's just not for you. I don't like pineapple pizza. I don't eat pineapple pizza. But I don't shit on people who like pineapple pizza. If that's the kind of taste and experience that they want to have, that's what they have. I don't like horror movies. I don't like horror games and stories and stuff like that, so I don't play horror games. And whenever a game does have like a theme or a story beat or whatever that's more on the horror side of things, yeah, I don't like it. It's not my thing. But it doesn't mean it's bad writing or poor storytelling because they went for something a little bit different than what I like. I'm so like tired of internet drama at this point. It really feels like people just want to be angry at something nowadays. And if they don't have anything to complain about, they'll make shit up just to be angry at it. Or like give themselves a reason to pat themselves on the back for, you know, being smarter than others. Like, you know me, like, you guys know me. I've been pretty vocal whenever I didn't like something. I was pretty vocal about saying, hey, I don't like this. I think this is kind of dumb. This is really counterintuitive. But I make it pretty clear and differentiate between things that I don't like and things that are not good for the game for a particular reason or another. Like even with World of Warcraft, there's a lot of things that I don't like about World of Warcraft and how they do things. You know? But like, I always limited my like feedback in those two camps. It's either, look, I'm not a fan of this, I don't like this personally, I don't think this is really hitting the spot. And when I'm trying to levy criticisms like, you know, systems and things like that, I always try to understand what the design philosophy is, what the design intent is, like how, you know, the execution matches the thing that you're trying to do, right? And with the MSQ for Dawntrail, I don't feel that they missed the mark. It just feels like people wanted something else. And fair enough, you wanted something else, but it doesn't mean it's bad. It means you wanted something else. You had the preference for a different type of story or a different type of, like, you know, adventure than the one you got. But like, yeah, sometimes the adventures don't turn out exactly how we want them to. Like, you know, when we went to Dawntrail to the, what's it called, to Shaolani, right? That felt like a quote-unquote adventure, and then shit blew up. Okay? I could tell you that, man, I wish that didn't happen there because I wanted to get more of like the zone and like what's happening there. Or maybe I didn't like how Heritage Found developed as a story because I would have liked things to be different. Or I can tell you that I wish this thing was longer or more focus was put on this, but that doesn't make it inherently bad. And so I feel like people have forgotten what words mean and they just use them like kind of blanket like, across the board. Like there's no more nuance. There's no I kind of like it or it's okay or, you know, it was good but it could have been better. It's just binary. You either love it or you hate it. If you love it and I hate it, then you're dumb for liking it. And if I hate it, and if you hate it and I like it, you know, or whatever, the other way around, right? You like it and I hate it, you're dumb for liking it or whatever. It's just, man, bring back the times when people just said, yeah, it's not for me. Like, for real. Like, I miss people just going, yeah, it was good, but it's not my cup of tea. It's not my thing. You know, like, it was okay, but I prefer something else. Is that really that hard nowadays? Is it really so hard to just admit that something isn't for you? And it's also, even that I feel like doesn't apply here because like I said, almost everything that happened in Dawntrail is in line with what we've seen from the story so far. Minus, like I said, the kind of world-ending threat and stakes that we had in Shadowbringers and Endwalker. That's the only thing that's kind of missing here. We didn't have those high stakes necessarily. I mean, we kind of sort of did, but towards the end a little bit. But again, it wasn't really world-ending threat because we already have things established well enough in the world and, you know, in the other nations that this threat would have been a big-ish threat, but not world-ending. It was like on the level of like Garlemald, I would say. It would have been a big annoyance for the world, absolutely. It would have been pretty bloody, but it wasn't a world-threatening event. It wasn't at that scale, right? I don't know, man. I always try to look at things from different perspectives and understand different viewpoints. And I'm no stranger to, you know, harsh criticism. But it really bugs me when people just complain for the sake of complaining almost, it feels like. Or, I mean, not necessarily complaining for the sake of complaining, because again, from a subjective standpoint, I get it. You didn't like it because it doesn't, doesn't hit the right beats that you would have liked, or it doesn't hit the beats how you like it. Like, it's fair enough, right? Like, you like your pizza, like I said earlier, in a certain kind, in a certain type, But like, at least frame it like that. Like, be honest with yourself and the other people that you're talking to, that if you like this kind of thing, you're gonna like it. If you don't like this kind of thing, you won't. I'm not saying be moderate or whatever, but be measured with like what you're trying to say. If you don't like it, that's fine, but don't call people, like, I've seen some really nasty comments of like, people being mentally damaged if they like the story, or like, if you thought the story was good, it means you have reading comprehension, or like, you have, a thinking disability, or things like that. I'm just sitting here like, dude, your arguments don't even make sense. Why are you calling people out as being stupid or dumb for not getting the story when you're literally getting things wrong? Like, there was one guy that really annoyed me that was saying something along the lines of like, it doesn't make sense how the Hanu forgot their custom, and like, the fact that the boat thingy helped their crops. And I'm just sitting there like, did you even pay attention to the story? Because it's laid out pretty clearly. It's explained and it's shown very clearly. Like, it's been 80 years and only the elder really remembers kind of sort of what that did, or like, seen that kind of thing. Like, over the years, some of the traditions kind of lost their original meaning, and you see that all the time. And I'm thinking, like, in real life, right? Think about where we are now in 2024, and then think back to like the early 2000s, late 90s, when we had pagers, we had CD players, we had cassette players, we had rotary phones, we had phone booths out in the street, and now everybody's running with a fucking powerful pocket computer that's stronger than anything that ever existed like 30 years ago. It's like, yeah, people forget, because if they don't have to interact with it in a certain way, if it's not necessary to the way the things go, some people forget. And just because you're old doesn't necessarily mean you know the new technology. Like, I remember teaching my grandma at 70 years old how to use a phone. Why? Because she lived for 60 years without ever having seen one, by the time mobile phones were a thing. It's like, how can you call other people stupid when you can't even reflect on the world around you for like a few minutes? And it's annoying for me, because in some ways I get where that frustration or like the criticism can come from. Like I said, there's been a lot of bad games in recent years, especially the bigger ones, and you can see a lot of like, people growing up with a franchise or something that keeps getting worse and worse over the years. Star Wars is a good example, where it's nowhere near where it used to be. You see things like me, growing up playing BioWare games and loving Mass Effect 1 and 2, and then 3 was kind of eh. And then you had Dragon Age 1, and then there was Dragon Age 2, which was completely different, and then you had Dragon Age Inquisition, which was even more different, and then you had Andromeda, that had nothing to do with Mass Effect beyond the name, kind of, and setting, kind of. And like, I get it, like, people can get really frustrated when the things they liked change, but it doesn't even apply here, because Dawntrail really didn't change all that much. It's still the same kind of storytelling, still the same kind of theming, still the same kind of, presentation of the stories and characters that we've had. So when people are complaining that it's worse than before, or that it's nothing like before, or like, it's so different, or like, it's like, dude, you clearly haven't been around for a long time if you think Dawntrail is a departure from what the storytelling has been for the last decade. And then I've also seen some like really fucking brain dead takes about Wuklamat, voice actor. Like people like, admittedly, I don't know how bad the voice acting is in English because I changed it to Japanese as soon as possible. The little English VA that I did here was like really never. Maybe I heard a little bit of it. I can't even remember. I think it's mostly just that what I've seen in cutscenes and like promotional material and stuff like that. But like, people bitching about the voice actor is just so like, okay, dude, you've lost the fucking plot. This is the part where I, you know, that there's a part of me that usually doesn't, you know, keeps it to himself. Like, I'm not a fan of like telling people what they should or shouldn't do and things like that. But man, bring back gatekeeping. I swear to God, bring back gatekeeping and keeping people out of certain places, because there's so many entitled pricks nowadays that just go into something and ruin it because they like it if it's different. Like, I've seen this with Star Wars, like I said. I've seen this with BioWare storytelling and things like that. I've seen it in a lot of different places where all of these companies are trying to make a quote-unquote product for a new audience, for a modern audience, and that modern audience doesn't exist, really. So they ruin it for the old fan base, and then they go Pikachu face when they don't have any fans left. So I get it, right? I've been disappointed over the years with a lot of games and franchises and companies. Blizzard's a good example of that. I used to be a big fan of all of their games. I have collector's editions of Diablo and World of Warcraft and StarCraft and everything. And it's like, they've ruined Diablo, they've ruined StarCraft, they shit all over Overwatch, they messed up World of Warcraft. And it's like, I get it, right? It's not the same. And there's an audience, I guess, for the new stuff. Like, I'm not gonna say because you like the new stuff, you're stupid, but it alienated their core audience, and now they have less of an audience than before, for better and for worse. Because again, nowadays games seem to only matter as a function of selling cosmetics through a cash shop and milking players for as much money as possible. It's like, okay, fine, whatever. Like, World of Warcraft has less players than it ever has historically, but it's making more money because people buy everything in the cash shop. I guess it's good for business, you know? It is what it is. But there's also so many people that almost feel like they play something out of spite, just so they can have something to complain about at the end of the day. Like, I know yesterday, for instance, right, when I was playing the first Descendant, I was pretty vocal about how, you know, certain things aren't good and stuff like that. But even then, I kept my criticisms, you know, fairly honest. Like, you know, these are the things that I don't like, and these are the things that I don't think are well balanced because of A, B, C. And I mean, you guys saw me, right, do those, like, you know, hard bosses solo yesterday, where I had to basically just cheese the fights by hiding constantly and just chipping away at individual mobs, because the fights just weren't tuned for solo play, even though the game gives you an option to do them solo. It's like the fights were, even though I went in solo and they supposedly are tuned for solo play, it really didn't feel like they were in any way solo friendly, because I had to cheese them. I had to constantly run in circles for like half an hour, and God forbid I get, you know, checked by an ability once, because I'm almost dead instantly, even though I had all the gear that I could possibly have at that point in time in the story, right? I had weapons and armor that was proportionate to my level and, you know, my progress in the story. So yeah, I complained about that. I said I don't think it was poorly well balanced, and I had to cheese it. I did it. I finished it solo. I beat it, but it was not satisfying because it didn't feel balanced right. But it doesn't mean the whole game is shit just because of that one core aspect. And yeah, there were other things I complained about, but every single time when I try to levy some criticism, I try to like provide some like reasonable argumentation as to why I think. And if somebody disagrees, I don't instantly call them stupid. It's like, okay, maybe I'm missing something. Like, I'm open to debate and discussions and like trying to understand, you know, the perspective of others. If like maybe somebody says, no, they're not badly balanced because A, B, C. Maybe I missed something, right? And somebody is gonna tell me, well, you were doing this thing wrong. Like, I'm open to that. If somebody's gonna tell me like, hey, the reason that you found it so hard is because you didn't do this or whatever, like, I'd be willing to listen and like try to like understand. Like, maybe I am wrong on something, right? But the point of my criticism is always to like, on the one hand, provide, you know, valid criticisms insofar as I can provide it. And if I'm wrong, I expect somebody to push back and give me a reasonable explanation as to why I'm wrong. And that's why most of my feedback, most of my videos, even on YouTube, they very rarely contain any like strong position on anything. Because I am well aware that there are things that I can potentially miss or that I didn't take into account, right? I look at something from different perspectives. I try to analyze it from as many viewpoints as possible, but I can't think of every single situation, obviously. So maybe I missed something, and somebody can give me that feedback and say, dude, you didn't look at it from this perspective. And then I can think about it and go like, you've got a point. Let me think about it some more, right? Let me have my opinion evolve. But most of the time, it just boils down to either people agreeing with me, which is, again, confirmation bias. It doesn't really change my opinion. Or people that just call me stupid or a dumbass or I should quit the game because I don't know what I'm talking about. It's like, that you're not changing my opinion with that. You're not providing any feedback that helps me change my position or understand yours better, right? And that's what bugs me, really. Because if we want Final Fantasy or any other game for that matter to get better, we need to provide good feedback and have good conversations. But if all we're doing is just yelling at each other for being stupid, for not understanding something, and, you know, being super offensive or super defensive, we can't really get down to the problems. That's why I said, like, I looked at all of, you know, I think I watched like 6 different YouTube review videos and read like a couple of 100 comments on those videos, and it's almost always the same regurgitated answer of like, Wuklamat's Mary Sue, Wuklamat's voice actor sucks because of their genitalia or some bullshit. It has nothing to do with the story or the quality of the voice acting. And things like what was another one? Oh, the characters aren't believable was another one, because they can't believe that characters, you know, changed it. Like, they were complaining, like, that was one thing that really annoyed me. Like, on the one hand, they were complaining about Wuklamat not changing her position and doing a 180 on her personality as a sign of growth, but at the same time they were complaining about Gulul, no, was it Gulul Jaja was his name, the you know, the fourth candidate. They were complaining about him turning friendly, kind of thing. It's like doing a 180. It's like, excuse me, is a 180 good or is a 180 bad? Because you're telling me it's bad because Wuklamat didn't radically change her behavior, but at the same time you're telling me it's bad that you know, Gulul Jaja had like a complete change of heart at the end after basically being completely emotionally abused and destroyed by multiple people and being on the verge of giving up on life itself, basically. It's like, which one is it? Do you want sudden transitions and changes in personality and character or not? Because as far as the characters and the story is concerned, it makes sense why Golo Jaja had that radical change. It wasn't really a radical change. It was more of like dropping the facade. Because it was kind of hinted at throughout that segment in Mamuk that his mother doesn't see him as a bad person or a bad character. He's just trying his best for the village and for his father in recognition and all of that kind of stuff. So it's not like he actually did a 180. It was more like he dropped the facade. But like that 180 is bad, even though it makes sense. And Wuklamat not changing radically is also bad, even though the story makes sense why she wouldn't change so radically and drastically. Even with Wuklamat, you have her segment where she really like wants to stop her brother, and you see a lot, fiercer side of her where she's really vehement on stopping her brother at all costs. Right? So we definitely see some changes in her personality. But like, I don't know, man, it's like people don't actually interact with other people nowadays. They don't know how people act. They don't understand social cues and subtle changes. It's like, it's baffling, man. It's really baffling. Like, I don't even know how to, dissect that criticism when I read it, because it makes no sense. And none of the people that I, engaged in discourse with actually had any good or poignant explanation for why they think something was bad. It bugs me, and I'm reaching that point where I'm getting really tired of like negative feedback, not because there's no point to it, but because I have to filter through so much bullshit to get to the bottom of it that it's not worth it. There's so many bad takes, there's so many like projections, there's so many bad faith arguments that at some point, even though some people might have some valid criticisms, I just throw it in the bin at this point. It's just like, you might have a valid argument, but honestly, I can't be bothered to try and understand your valid argument, because your point, if it's not obvious what you're trying to say, it's just not worth it. Because most of the time, you yourself have no fucking clue what you're complaining about. You're almost angry just for the sake of being angry. I've ranted for almost an hour. Like, I really want to understand some of the criticism. I really do, because again, I do think that much like the story in 14, like I'm generally speaking a proponent of like listening to others and trying to understand each other. But at the same time, just like with the story, there are sometimes some people that you just cannot talk to understand them, because they just won't let you. And at that point, like, is it really worth me trying to understand somebody that is just like reactionarily pushing back? I'm starting to just think it's not worth it. And again, it's not like it's it's in the game. This is, the real world kind of thing. It's like, when it comes to, stories in video games, books and whatever, there is a certain level of suspension of disbelief that you kind of have to set aside. Like, you know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of those like posh critics that look at like a kid's show that's like, intended for audiences like 6 to 12 or something, and then look at it from the perspective of like a quote-unquote movie critic, you know, that's like criticizing fucking Oppenheimer or some shit, right? Instead of like criticizing the show from the perspective of the target audience, right? Like empathy, like try to put yourself in that position, at least try to understand what makes it good for that audience, right? You don't look at My Little Pony and do a fucking critical piece of like existential transhumanism, right? It's a show for kids. It's a show for kids. If grown-ups also like it a little bit because it's written in a good enough way where somebody of an older age can get some like, you know, subtle or hints or hidden meaning behind certain things, or like there's some references or whatever, that's cool, but like it's a show for kids. I don't go looking at shonen comics or whatever, or like, you know, comic books for teenagers and think, oh, this is poorly written because my 30-year-old brain that's read too many comics, too many manga, watched too much anime, and watched too many of these shows growing up and over the years has a much deeper understanding of things. Like, sure, I guess you got a point in that sense. It's not very well written if you're comparing it to some high literature intended for somebody that's in their 30s with higher education and whatnot. Yeah, okay, fine, you make a good point, I guess, but it's a show for kids. You know what I'm saying? Like, at some point, even if your criticism is valid in that sense, it's still pointless because it's not intended for the 30-year-old with a degree. It's intended for somebody that's fucking 6 years old, okay? I don't know, man. I got riled up, I know. I don't like being angry and anything like that, but at some point I feel like, you know, people that like things need to start speaking up and say the things that they like. Because if not, you get all of this circle jerk where people just shit on things rather than moving on. Like, that's why I don't really complain much about Star Wars nowadays, because I feel like the ship has already sailed, right? The Star Wars I like ended like, I don't know, 10 years ago, 15 years ago or some shit. Like, the Star Wars of today is different. If there was any point in time where, you know, things could have been quote unquote salvaged for the old audience, that ship has long sailed. Same with World of Warcraft. Like, sure, I make some criticisms here and there, but it's more like introspective and analysis videos more than anything. It's not the game needs to do things like this in order to be good again because I think so. It's more of a, you know, from a psychological standpoint or like a social standpoint, what are the strengths of an MMO, right? Generally speaking, it's when people come together and do things together, right? So something like World of Warcraft, where the focus is very, very heavily on the end game and like the progression on difficulty tiers, with very, very little like easier content and like in between for like people to just dabble and have a good time with other players. It just breeds a community that, like, the people that want to enjoy the game, you know, in a more casual sense, in a more relaxed sense, have nothing to do, so they leave, and all you're left with is the quote-unquote hardcore community that just pushes keys, pushes difficulty rates, does PvP at the highest tier, and then they complain that there's not enough people to do things with. Like, World of Warcraft right now is a good example of like what happens when you completely misunderstand what the point of your game is, right? PvP is all pretty much dead in World of Warcraft, and queues in PvP can often be like an hour long because nobody does it. Why? Because the only way to get any kind of progress in World of Warcraft PvP is if you're a sweaty guy that installs add-ons, reads guides for days, makes macros, and does all the prep work, and like, you know, goes through the PhD of World of Warcraft PvP-onomics. to actually stand a chance. And then you have to refine your execution on top of it. Because again, knowing is half the battle. The other one is execution. So you have to learn to play your class and all of that kind of stuff effectively. Only to throw it all out the window in 3 months when everything changes again due to balance changes, new gear, and other things like that. So it's like a mountain to climb. So PvP in World of Warcraft is pretty much dead, right? Why? Because you forgot that in a social space, in a social game, you need to have things that, you know, the lower denominator of your audience needs to be able to also engage. And being a new player to World of Warcraft, or even an old player returning, trying to get into PvP is bullshit. Like you have hundreds of hours of studying to do just to be able to somewhat be efficient at it. Like why would anyone spend hundreds of hours reading guides, hitting the training dummy and things like that, just to do some casual PvP? Because if they don't, they just get steamrolled and spend most of their time dead and being unable to do anything. It's like, it's not fun. That's why. Because again, MMOs are social games. It's about interaction. It's about hanging out with people and friends and whatnot and making friends. And if all your systems focus on endgame and hardcore content, that's all you get. That's what WildStar did, and that's why WildStar died. It focused on the hardcore, and it didn't have enough of an audience. You were either hardcore or you weren't playing WildStar, and the hardcore alone are not enough to keep a game alive. And I say that in, you know, like, I'm also the kind of guy that usually says that you want a hardcore audience in your game, because I do believe that. Like, I do believe that a game like an MMO and things like that needs to have these different pockets of players, like the more hardcore and stuff like that. And I do think, you know, games need to have some hard content, like the Ultimates in FF, for instance, right? There's a point to them. It's for people that really want to push and test their limits. But that should be a small amount of content in the grand scheme of things, because the amount of players that you're servicing with that type of content is small, no matter how you look at it. The vast majority of people will be logging in, they'll be doing the story, leveling some of their classes, getting some glamour, doing some RP, doing some relic quests to get a shiny weapon, hang out with people in the home wards, joining events and stuff. You know, they just want a place to hang. They don't want this super sweaty thing. And again, I'm not saying there shouldn't be content. There absolutely should, but it should be proportionate. And when your content is too hard to get into, like I said, with World of Warcraft's PvP, what do you get? You get a system that's basically dead, where you have your top streamers or your big streamers, you know, PvP streamers, sitting in a queue for an hour talking to chat because they literally cannot play. Because the queue ain't popping. It's like, yeah, that's what's gonna happen. Yeah, man. It's really frustrating. Because I played the whole MSQ on stream and you saw my reactions. And those were genuine reactions. You know me, I don't exaggerate things. Like, if I'm hyped, I'm hyped. If I'm surprised, I'm surprised. If I'm I'm And if I'm just focused, I'm focused, and like I pay attention. And throughout the story, I paid attention. I was, you know, interested. I was curious. I learned new things. Sure, I would have liked maybe an extra quest or two here and there, but like to say that it's the worst story in FF14 is such a like. It's not even a cold take. It's a non-take at that point. We really need to normalize people just being okay with, you know, some things not being for them and moving on. Because when people don't move on, that's another thing that you see a lot. It's like, I'm okay with people giving, you know, criticisms and feedback for things to change for the better. But at the same time, if you see things don't change, you should just move on, right? Like I said with Star Wars. Like, I haven't played a Star Wars game in years. I haven't watched Star Wars movies in years. I don't engage with Star Wars because I just don't care. I cared in the past. Like in 2000s, I played pretty much every Star Wars game that came out. I watched all the movies, the prequels and the originals. I dabbled in like the side stories, like the cartoon animated stuff and here and there and stuff. But that was already kind of like slowly not being my cup of tea. And so I just moved on. It is what it is. I liked Star Wars and now I don't. I liked World of Warcraft and now I don't. I liked Diablo and now I don't. Just move on. I don't really think that applies to 14 though, like I said. I genuinely don't think it applies to 14 because I really don't think Dawntrail does anything so different or so radical that isn't in line with what 14 has been since A Realm Reborn. Story-wise, character development-wise, everything. I think some people just take themselves too seriously and think they know better than everybody else. And I feel like we've normalized people voicing their opinions on anything and everything with social media, where everybody needs to always have a hot take and everybody needs to, you know, seek validation on certain things to the detriment of things. And you have like drama channels that just focus on constant drama and, you know, drumming up everything just to rile people up. And people just aren't chill anymore. Again, broadly, kind of like vocally speaking, when it comes to the internet at least. Because obviously a lot of people are just playing the game and having a good time. With the story and with the content. And I also find it funny, like, the story is so bad that it detracts from their experience, supposedly. I feel like a lot of these people don't know what a bad story is anymore. Like, they haven't actually played bad games. Or I don't know, maybe that they did play bad games and they're I don't... See, that's the thing. I don't want to call people, you know, wrong for having opinions. But at the same time, like, I need to understand your position in order to really understand what you're trying to say with your feedback. But when I can't even understand what you're trying to say because it makes no sense, it really makes it hard to even like argue against the point. Because it really just does feel like subjective preference, like what it is that some people like it, some people don't, and then that's it. And if it was just that, I'd be okay with it. Like, I do think like one thing that I will say, and I do agree in abstract, is that Square Enix has a problem on their hand now. And Dawntrail did show this with this kind of like mixed reception of the Dawntrail story. And that is that you have more players than you have ever had in the past. Yes, that is true. You know, we know from the migration of the WoW refugees and all of that kind of stuff and the pandemic and all of that, right? And like word of mouth and etc. And you have a bigger player base than you have ever had before. But you have a player base that isn't actually interested in your game and your world in so much as they're interested being engaged with your game and world because of word of mouth or hype or whatever. And going forward, they're gonna have to, again, make the same decision a lot of other companies had to make, you know, like I said with WoW and Blizzard and BioWare, etc. It's like they're gonna have to make a decision. What do they do with the story? Do they stay? Do they stick with what they've been building and the way they've been doing things? Or do they change it? Because no matter what they do, whether they stick with it or change it, they're gonna lose players, right? If they stick with it, people that like it will stay. People that don't like it move on. If they change it, people that like the new direction will stay, and people that don't like the new direction will go away. Obviously, there is like a unicorn world where they manage to please both sides, but that's fairly unlikely. Like, no matter which way they go, they're gonna lose players, one way or another. It's more about understanding which quote-unquote side makes more sense financially, kind of thing. Because again, we keep talking about games and story and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, let's be real here. 14 is a product. It's a game, but it's a product that you sell to people for entertainment, and they engage with your game for entertainment. So at the end of the day, their decision is gonna boil down to which audience do we want to quote-unquote cater to. The newer one or the older one. And if the newer audience pays more, for instance, spends more money in the game, buy more, mog shop things and stuff like that, then they might make more money, possibly. Again, you never really know, right? It's really hard to say. That's the one thing I will say. Like that is pretty clear from the mixed reception of the expansion, is that they have, so to speak, 2 player bases right now, and they have to decide which one they wish to cater to, which one they wish to engage and pamper going forward. They either stick with the old audience, like some of us, they've been here since 2.0 and whatnot, or even 1.0 or beta and whatnot, or some of the newer people that have come in the last 3 years, 4 years. But it's a lose-lose situation in a sense. It's just about figuring out which situation is less of a lose for them as, again, a company, as far as their product is concerned and their revenue is concerned. And I'll be honest, again, I've said this with the other franchises. If Final Fantasy XIV changes drastically to appease to a different kind of audience, I'll probably stop playing the same way I stopped playing all the other games. And if it doesn't change, they'll keep me, but they'll lose somebody else. One way or another, they're losing somebody. Question is, which one? Who that somebody is at the end of the day. And generally speaking, I personally, like I said, I've been playing video games and engaging with entertainment for, again, over 3 decades. I've seen this song and dance happen so many times. I'm old enough to kind of just accept things at this point. If they change the game to appeal to a new audience, I'll just move on. I'm not gonna be complaining too much about it. I mean, I'll make my position clear in a video or whatever, and I'll say it how I feel it, but I'm not fighting losing battles anymore. Whether it's for or against something. I'll just vote with my wallet. So far, I liked everything about 14. That's why I pretty much always had my subscription on, even when I wasn't playing for whatever reason, when I was too busy with real life, or, I was playing a new game, when Elden Ring came out or whatever. I always had my sub on in 14 because I believed in the game. And I believed in the team and the story and the product they're putting out. So I, for one, always had my sub on. I think since 2.0 to date, there's 6 months where I wasn't subbed in total or something like that. In 10 years, 6 months or so, all in all. for whatever reason, like my credit card expired and I had to change it and I didn't get it in time, and 2 weeks passed or whatever, or maybe I didn't have money in a certain month because I had to deal with something or whatever. But like in 10 years since 2.0, I've been sub pretty much non-stop, whether I was playing or not. And if they change the game, I'm gonna find a new game. It's as simple as that. I won't begrudge them, I won't hate them or anything, but one way or another, Square Enix will have to make a decision of who their audience for this game is. Because that's what it boils down to. What is your audience that you're trying to foster and build? I asked the same thing when I was talking about World of Warcraft, and I'm asking the same thing here. Which audience are you trying to foster and cater to? Is it people like me, or is it people like the newcomers? It's a roll of the dice at this point. And both sides will push and pull, and the developer will make a choice, and one of the sides is gonna lose. And if my side, so to speak, loses, I move on. It's not like there aren't like 100 other games that I could be playing. Right? Both older games and newer ones. So in that sense, I'm not losing sleep over it, right? Over this negative feedback. But the negative feedback, like I said, is a signal. Is a signal for the devs, for Yoshi P, that they now have two audiences and they need to figure something out. All right. That really is what it boils down to at the end of the day. I don't know. For now, though, as far as I'm concerned, the game still caters to me and my interests. So I'm going to continue playing it. I'm going to continue supporting the developers. I'm going to continue paying my sub and my retainer and all that kind of stuff. And I'm going to have a good time until I no longer do. Simple as. I played Destiny for almost 2 years until it was no longer fun and I moved on. I played World of Warcraft for a decade until it was no longer fun and I moved on. It's just the reality of things. I've played so many MMOs over the years for months, years. It's like I'm old enough to understand that at the end of the day, it's a business decision. It could be a bad business decision in some cases. We've seen this a lot with companies not understanding their audience, fishing for a new audience and then flopping or killing their brand. It happens. It's a reality of life. It sucks. I'm disappointed whenever I see it. But it is what it is, man. Yeah, I moved on from you did too. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, you can't like something forever. That's the other thing. Like, this is something that's new. This is another thing that I actually didn't touch on, and I think that this is also pertinent to an extent. Growing up when we were kids, before the dawn of the internet and video games, so to speak, in like the late 90s or so. Games were for kids. Let's be honest here. Most games, the vast majority of games, were for kids, right? The same as toys. And nowadays, in like 2024, a lot of the games and a lot of the toys are targeted at adults with disposable income and so on. Companies are focusing more and more on like revenue and making as much money and making the line go up indefinitely rather than sustainability and long-term like brand recognition and things like that. And they hurt themselves in the process. But fundamentally, again, games are supposed to be fun for kids, more or less. And we, the adults, are kind of the exception. We're kind of like the first generation, us like millennials or whatever you call us, the people from the, born in the late 80s and early 90s and stuff like that. We're the first generation, more or less, where being an adult playing video games was starting to be considered normal. There were adults before us that were playing video games, but for the most part, it was still seen as a kids thing in the early 90s and early 2000s. It's really not until 2010s and so where grown-ups playing video games was really starting to, you know, gain traction as being something quote-unquote normal. It's still being looked down upon, don't get me wrong. Even today, we still have a lot of people that look at somebody in their 30s like myself, and when I say I play video games, they give me the looks as if I've broken some kind of cardinal sin of being a grown-up. Like, you're playing video games at 35 or 30 or 40 or whatever, you're a loser. It's like, mate, I have a job. I'm good at my job. I do my shift. I get everything done. Everybody's happy with my work. The only difference between you and me is that you go fishing on Sundays and I log into Final Fantasy 14. That's the only difference. I fish in 14, you fish in real life. You know what I mean? Like, that's the fundamental difference between us. It ain't that deep, right? But we are more or less the first generation where gaming as adults was kind of like starting to get normalized. So it is something to, you know, consider, right? We are adults that started playing kids when we were kids, and we had games catering to us as kids. And even though we're older now, we're still kind of playing games that are oftentimes targeted at kids, not at adults. Yes, there are more adult games nowadays, or, you know, games for a more mature audience, but at the end of the day, we are playing kids' games for the most part. And I think that that's something that really hasn't been a thing until now. And a lot of these, like, companies are struggling with this kind of, like, audience recognition. Like, who is our audience? Is it the old people? Is it the young ones? Yeah, how dare you have more fun than me? Exactly, Ash. Like, how dare I have fun playing a video game? I should be miserable sitting in front of a pond for 6 hours doing nothing. I mean, don't get me wrong, it can be satisfying and relaxing. I get it. Like, I'm not actually shitting on fishing, to be perfectly clear here. I'm just poking fun. But, like, right? Different people have different pastime, you know, preferences and hobbies. Some people like to go play football on the weekends. Some people like to go out to drinking and dancing and partying. Somebody likes to read a book in their spare time. Somebody wants to look up a movie. You know, I like playing video games. That's it. That's the big difference between me and my coworkers at work. I play video games. They do something else. They play poker on Fridays or something. You know, I don't judge, but I would appreciate it if they didn't judge me either, if it's not too much to ask. You know? And there's me that does everything. I mean, again, it all comes down to, like, you know, your kind of priority list, right? How many hobbies you have, how high you rank each hobby. Like, I like going out partying and drinking with people, but I don't like doing it very often. It's not a high priority for me as a form of entertainment, right? I like watching movies, but I don't like watching movies that much or that often. Like, it's not I go out every week to watch a movie at the cinema, or even every month. If it's something that I'm interested in, I go watch a movie. If not, I don't. It's like that, right? And, you know, some people like multiple things to a similar degree, so now you juggle them. You know, this week you go playing football with the boys. Next week you play poker with the guys at somebody's home. Next week you go to a movie together. The next week you go to an escape room or something. That's perfectly fine. Like, again, I'm not shitting on people and their hobbies. It's exactly the opposite. It's what I'm saying. It's like, people have different things that they like. I like video games. I like exploring worlds and stories, so I play a lot of video games. If somebody doesn't like video games, I'm not gonna force them to. And I never once forced anybody to really see my point of view in that sense. Like, whatever your hobby is, that's your hobby, and I want you to have fun with it. But don't call me you know, immature or whatever the fuck just because I play video games as a pastime activity. I'm there at work with you. You know my competencies. You know what? I excel at what I do. I get my job done. Like you, I get everything done every day. I don't leave things unfinished. I help out everybody with whatever it is they need when they need it. Again, I'm a functioning member of society. I pay my taxes. I pay my bills. I pay my rent, right? It's like there's really no real difference between me and you outside of I like video games and you like, I don't know, books or fishing or football or whatever. And I don't think that's that big of a difference for somebody to call me immature. Or other things like that. Right? That's kind of the point I'm trying to drive home with that. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so we're kind of like the first generation that's into games as a kind of thing, as a hobby. And a lot of these developers and corporations really struggle with identifying that audience. Like, do we make a game for kids or do we make a game for adults? And one of the things I noticed is that a lot of them try to cater to kids and adults at the same time. And that's where you get like this weird kind of issues at times where, you know, adults that aren't into games might get into games because of a recommendation or something, because again, everybody tries to convince their friends that no man, games are cool even if you're an adult. Let me show you this game. See, this is for adults. And then somebody that hasn't been into gaming gets into gaming, and now they have this expectation that all games are kind of have to be mature or like for them. So when they get into a game that doesn't cater to their tastes, it's like not mature enough, it's not sophisticated enough, it's not hard enough, it's not this or that, right? Where fundamentally the point of a game is to be entertaining. And for most people, and both young and old, that entertainment doesn't come from doing hard content for hours on end, grinding things until you drop dead and just, you know, challenge yourself every day of the week for 6 hours. Entertainment is entertainment. When we were growing up playing video games, we weren't talking about difficulty and complexity in games. We picked up a game, we played it, we had our fair share of fun with it, we put it down, we moved on to the next, and then when we felt like revisiting, we went back to that old game and finished it again because we had a good time with it. It's really only in like the last 10 years or so, with like the advent of esports and stuff, I would say, around like 2010, 11, 12, somewhere thereabout, I think is where it started, vaguely, as far as I can remember. It's really around that time that like this whole idea of games need to be hard, games need to challenge you, it's skill, it's all about the skill, that really we kind of started losing track of like what it means to play a video game. It's like, again, I'm fine with games having difficult content or challenges and stuff, right? I played, Final Fantasy VII comes to mind recently, and Remake, which I played like last year, both of them. You had the fight with Vice, right, and Prodclad, the really quote unquote hard bosses in Final Fantasy VII. Like, they were challenging fights, especially Vice. It was hard, but it's one fight. It's not the entire game. Generally speaking, the game was relatively easy if you play it on normal, and then it gets harder as you finish it, and then you go on hard mode, which has extra requirements, but at no point is it really like excruciatingly, painfully hard. No, yeah, I finished it. I did. I have the footage. I only beat Vice like once, because I don't care about prestige of like this idea of like, let me do this fight 100 times to get it better and better to get a better time and things like that. For me, it's more about the experience, as I've always said. So I beat it, I recorded it, I put it in some videos as footage and stuff. It was fun. It was fun figuring it out. It was fun trying to learn it, but I don't want the entire game to be fucking Weiss, okay? Weiss was fun because it was Weiss. Right? I don't want everything in the game to be Weiss. Too many minigames? Yeah, I can definitely understand and relate to that to an extent. Minigames can be fun, but it depends like on the medium. I feel like for RPGs in general, 1 or 2 minigames is about enough. Like if you think back to like the old FF7, FF8, FF9, things like that, you had one minigame really. You know, you had your card game and stuff like that or whatever. And that was about it. You didn't have minigames left and right all the time. I guess FF7 had 2, right? No. Yeah, it had 2 essentially. Because it had the card game and it had whatchamacallit, Fort Condor, right? So you had 2 minigames. Technically you had more, right? You had the gold saucer, I guess, with chocobo racing and stuff like that. But it was like a side thing, right? It wasn't a big thing. It was just more of a cute little thing that you do once or twice and then you move on. I mean, if you're really into like 100%ing, obviously there were a lot of things. Like even FF9 had like the jump rope thing, right, for the achievement. It's a pointless minigame, but people did it. People jumped that fucking rope 1,000 times. Yeah, that's still a minigame. The lightning minigame in FF10 for Riku's, I think it was for Riku's sigil, right? With dodging the lightning 100 times or whatever. That technically is still a minigame. It's kind of dumb. People did it anyway. But the thing is, you only have to really do it once. Was it for Lulu? Okay, that was... I don't know why I thought it was for Riku. Oh, I know why I thought it was for Riku. Because Riku's the one that's afraid of thunder, wasn't she? She was the one that was getting scared by the thunders. And she had like a cutscene in that zone where she was afraid of the thunders. Right? Am I remembering correctly? Or am I misremembering? It was Riku, right? That was scared of thunder. It's been a good 15 years or so since I last played it. So, yeah, excuse me if I misremember a few things. Maybe not 15 years, but it's been like a decade for sure. Probably more. But yeah, I mean, minigames is one of those things. You either like it or you don't like it. You love it or you hate it. Sometimes they can go overboard, but meh. You can always ignore them, I guess. Unless you're a completionist, obviously. And then it sucks because you have to do everything. If you're going for that 100%, I never got the 100% in FF9 just because I didn't want to do the jump rope. Like, I just genuinely didn't want to. I couldn't be bothered. I got pretty much everything else except that. Same with like FF8. FF8, I think. FF8 had that fucking achievement where you have to finish the whole game, I think, with Squall at level 8 or some shit. Wasn't that one of the achievements? Final Fantasy, let me check. I think one of the achievement was like you having to finish the game with a character at level 8 or specifically Squall at level 8. Can't remember. I don't think I got that. Or if I did get it, I probably cheesed it in some way or another. That was an achievement, wasn't it? What is it? Collect all cards, learn all back, finish the game with Squall's initial level. Contrived finish. Yeah, that one. That was a stupid achievement. I guess I did get it. Probably did some stupid thing for it. Can't remember. Because I know you have to keep killing Squall and whatnot every fight, or like take him out of the party entirely. You can take him out of the party in some instances, but oftentimes you have to have him in your party, so you have to keep him dead. Yeah, I know it. I know FF8 punishes you for leveling, but at the same time, it doesn't punish you so hard that you don't want to ever level, right? You can still, you get your ultimate weapon. You can get your ultimate weapons early. You can, stock up on really powerful materia to improve your stats and things like that. So it's not like you can't play the game normally. That's how I finished it the first time. I played it normally. I got to like level 80 something, got my ultimate weapons, got ultima materia and shit like that, and just did it the quote unquote classic way, the traditional way of just leveling normally as you would. But yeah, I know that characters scale with you. I remember also that was also a thing in like FF10. I remember I had this was around the time when I started streaming, and for funsies, just for the joke of it, I remember I used the cheats that came in with like the Steam version, where you can like get max level or whatever the fuck, and like max out the board and things like that. That was such a bad idea. Oh my god, that was such a bad idea. I remember it was in Mount Gagazet, where you fight the two Ronsos. The one that gives you like White Wind, I think, and what was the other one? White Wind and it wasn't Protect. It was like the combo for Protect and Shell, I think, right? Barrier was it? I think that you could learn from them. I know it was two skills, one from one for the other. One was White Wind, I think, and the other one I think was Barrier or something. But yeah, I maxed out my characters, and that fight scales with your team. It was so fucking stupid. I was on that fight for like 30 minutes. It was so dumb. Oh my god, that was so funny. I don't think it's the only fight. I think there might be another one. I can't remember. I want to say the Seymour fight probably at the top was also based on level. I could be misremembering. Maybe it wasn't that one. Maybe it was a different one. But I'm pretty sure there's another fight like that where the boss gets harder or easier based on your level, or unlocks certain skills based on your party's level or something like that. It was that one and another one. And yeah, that fight was so stupid. Oh my god. But yeah, wasn't a good idea for sure. Having a maxed out character there, it was not a good idea. It was hilarious though. Made for a good stream in its own dumb way. But yeah, if you want to check it out for yourself, definitely use the trainer, max out your character, and go do that fight. It's dumb, but it's funny. But yeah, like generally speaking, right? Like historically, we didn't play games for their difficulty. It was fun to run into a challenge every now and again and have something, to rack your brains on and like try to figure out. But more often than not, the games weren't that hard, and they often gave you like, even like quote unquote secret solutions or like ways to make it easier. Like remember with like the dead tree in FF9, or which one? There was also some fights in FF7 and stuff where you can throw phoenixes at the enemy to insta kill them. Yeah, that was the totem thing, right? What was the town? Man, I'm so bad with names because it's been so long. You know what? Well, with Red 13's village, Cosmo Canyon, right? In Cosmo Canyon, you had to fight that thing, which I don't remember the name of, before you see the scene with Red 13's dad. The ghosts of the Gi tribe, where you fight. What was his name? Cave of the Gi. What was the boss name? Ginatak, right? I think it was Ginatak. Yeah, we fight Ginatak. All right, and you could throw, I believe, a Phoenix at that one. Phoenix down, and you can insta kill it. So there was always, like, you know, ways to cheese certain things or make them easier than they were. And you could always, like, even FF7, FF8, you could get your ultimate weapons very early on if you knew what to do to get them. You know, those all things are, they don't really do games like that nowadays anymore. Like FF7 remake and like you know, these newer games, you don't get your ultimate weapons until late into the game when it's quote unquote intended for balancing reasons. And I miss that about games. That's what I'm saying. Like it's really more of a newer thing, like the last 10 years or so, give or take, where the design philosophy shifted, where it's all about difficulty and challenge almost all of the time. Make it hard, make it, you know, frustrating or time consuming or whatever. And there's no, like, you know, fun things to do on the side or like ways to break the game in you know, interesting ways. They don't really allow you to do that nowadays anymore in games. They're so much more streamlined. Again, it's not necessarily a good or bad thing. It's different philosophies, right? I'm not saying all newer games are bad because of it, but it's definitely a shift, and I think that also influences a lot of the conversations around games. Like everybody expects games to be hard and challenging so that you can show your friends and whatnot how good you are at video games, or like, you know, how deep the story is and how mature these things are and stuff like that. It's like, man, just play the game to have fun. Seriously, is that such an outdated concept nowadays, where you just play a game for fun? Like, sure, I get it. There's some people that find fun in hard content. I wouldn't say that's fun. I would say that's appealing or interesting or like engaging. But I mean, okay, some people find it fun. That's fine. But I don't think most people play games just to, you know, show everybody how good they are at video games. Or at least it didn't used to be like that, right? Like, I played a lot of games on stream and off stream. You've seen me. I've beaten a lot of hard games, even, you know, like Souls games and stuff. It's like, it's not like I'm bad at video games, but I don't play games because they're hard. I play games because I'm interested about the story, the world, in the experience of going through the game and, you know, leveling the character, feeling progression, things like that. It's not about the difficulty. And it didn't used to be about difficulty for the longest time. And I kind of wish we could go back to that a little bit, because I feel too much focus has been put nowadays on just being skilled at video games. What else can we talk about? I feel like I've beaten the dead horse about the Dawntrail story already. So I kind of don't want to go back on that one. We talked about the story enough. Talked about difficulty. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Any other topic that you think is relevant or whatever? I'm open to discuss other things as well. But yeah, I genuinely don't think the story for Dawntrail was bad. Is there room for improvement in some areas? Sure, you can always improve something, because nothing's perfect. But I think as far as what Dawntrail set out to do, I think it accomplished those things. I think it hit all the right points where it needed to. Could have executed a little bit better in some areas, sure, absolutely. But I don't think it's really the worst story in Final Fantasy XIV, as some people put it, and over dramatize it. I think it's perfectly fine and good. And I don't mean fine in the sense of like it's mid or whatever like that. I mean, it's good. It gets the job done. It does what it sets out to do. And I'm looking forward to what comes next. In that sense, it's fine. It does what it's supposed to do in every single way. But yeah, I really want to see more games that are just fun for the sake of being fun, rather than always trying to push difficulty and competition. I feel like we have enough. We have plenty of options of games that are quote unquote difficult, plenty of games that focus, on, skill expression and difficulty and like things like that, and competitiveness. I don't think every game needs to be that, and I especially don't think MMOs need to be that. But yeah, it's not Endwalker level. But my point is like, it's not a reasonable expectation to think Dawntrail would be at the same level as Endwalker, because Endwalker has been, brewing and evolving over the course of like nearly 8 years of story and development, and like it was, it makes sense that nothing can compare to Endwalker and Shadowbringers kind of thing, right? Because that was very far into the story. I think it's much more fair to compare this to something like ARR in a general sense. And I think comparing it to ARR, it's definitely better than ARR in pretty much every way. I think it's comparable, and even to Heaven's Word. Obviously, it depends on, the themes and what you like. It doesn't have the grandiose thing of like the 1,000-year war with the dragons. So obviously, which story resonates with you is different. But I would say it's at the same caliber of storytelling as Heaven's Ward. Now, obviously, like I said, you can argue, I like the 1,000-year-old war more because, again, the stakes were higher or whatever, you like dragons or you like dragoons or you like, the development. But I don't think Dawntrail is storytelling, pacing, all that is so atrocious as people put it. I think it's a perfectly good expansion if you don't compare it to, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, whatever. Because the story just cannot do that without the relevant setup. I don't even know how to word it at this point, because I feel like I've already said it so many times in so many different ways. It's like to expect, like I said, it's like trying to watch like a show, a movie, and expect like the first 15 minutes of the movie or the first 20 minutes of the movie to be as good as the, high point of the movie, like the 40 minutes, 50 minutes in, that ultimate like showdown or like culmination point. It's like, no, obviously it's not at the same level. You're comparing the first 15 minutes of a movie with the last 20 minutes of a movie or something. It makes no sense. So if you go in with that kind of expectations, you're never gonna like any movie ever. You know what I mean? Because that's not how storytelling works. Unless you do something like, the flashbacks things where, some movies nowadays start with like the big high point and then kind of as a flashback and starts with the action point and then it goes back into the past and tells the story leading up to that moment. Okay, sure. In that case, yes, some movies start with the high point. But that's not really what we're talking about here, though. I really don't think it's adequate in that sense. Mm-hmm. But yeah, as a general, I would like to think about it a little bit in the sense of like where would I rank it? Like which expansion would I rank the lowest kind of thing? Just for fun, not for any like, you know, deep meaning behind it. I've been waiting to know Kryle's background for a while and then got it with Dawntrail, so I'm pretty happy. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with the overall development of Kryle's story as well. I can agree in some parts that it was a little bit short. I definitely would have liked a little bit more development, especially with her parents, because of the setting of the story, you know, we don't get any more revelations from that. So I would have liked to see a little bit more. We know we've seen like through the quest that they spent some time together and spent some time talking without us in between. But I would have liked a few more tidbits here and there just to kind of maybe find out a thing or two extra. You know, it would have been nice, but I wouldn't say it was disappointing the way it resolved. I mean, it makes sense, right? If you have characters that you like, you obviously want more. And if you have characters that you don't like, you want less. That's why a lot of people, you know, they find Wuklamat annoying and something. So obviously, they hate that she's so much everywhere we go. But they didn't hate it when, you know, we had the Crystal X Arch everywhere almost in Shadowbringers. They didn't hate it back then. Why? Because everybody fucking loved the X Arch. Because we had connections with him from way back in ARR, right? So when we got the Crystal X Arch, everybody just wanted more Crystal X Arch. But again, that doesn't mean, you know, Wuklamat being where she is doesn't make sense or is poor writing. It's just that you don't like that type of character. So then, yes, obviously, you won't like how much Wuklamat you have throughout the story. I personally liked Wuklamat. I think she's a very well-written character overall. Are there flaws or like, you know, things that they could have done better, executed a little bit better here and there? Sure. Like I said, there's always room for improvement. I'm not gonna say it's perfect. There's parts where I mentioned this even during the stream when we were going through it. Like the part where she gets kidnapped was stupid. Let's be honest. Like, come on, we leave her out of our sight at a moment where we already know we have people coming after us. That was kind of dumb. Like, that was definitely a story moment of like, we kind of need something to happen. But again, we have those kinds of moments in pretty much every expansion. I don't remember them all off the top of my head necessarily, but there's plenty of times where you can go back and say, well, that was dumb, you know? ARR with the Crystal Braves is an obvious one, you know? Putting Alfino in charge and, you know, kind of relying on him to handle everything. That was dumb, right? It was dumb. Look, there's no two ways about it. Did it help for the story? Did it make sense for the story to develop the way it did? Yes. And all of that. Was it dumb that nobody ever questioned it or like raised their hand and say, hey, is this really a good idea? Right? There's plenty of those moments in pretty much every expansion. It's not like it's new here. There's definitely some things that happen for the sake of the story. And depending on the execution, you might like it or not, but we've had those moments in every expansion. How many times did we let a big baddie leave or whatever, or not give chase to somebody because, quote unquote, it's prudent, only to let them do even more damage and stuff like that? Plenty of times. It's not the first time where we just sat there looking at the big bad doing some big bad thing and then go like, oh well, now guess we gotta chase him, right? But again, that's also part of again making a game story where you have to also work with the systems that you have in place and make them make sense. Could we have fought, let's say, Zoralja in the throne room? Could we have fought him when he was outside the whatever it's called place thingy? What was it called? Vanguard, right? Could we have fought him there instead of, you know, let him leave and cause even more problems? Yes, absolutely. But that also happened in previous expansions. There's plenty of times, like Emmett Selk's a good example. Again, realistically, I love it. I love Emmett. Let me be clear with that one. I love Emmett Selk. I love his development throughout Shadowbringers. But how many times could we have just fucking stabbed him when he wasn't paying attention, or just end him and not have to deal with everything else, right? As far as like quote unquote serious storytelling goes, right? Being mature and shit like that, right? When you're being like overly realistic and like overly analyzing things. Sometimes, you know what? This brings another thing to mind. And this is one of those things that a lot of people don't get, even though they kind of resonate with it. And this brings me back to like comics in like the 90s or whatever, where everybody liked characters in comics the way they were drawn, but they were never realistic, right? They had this, they were, you know, not properly proportioned. They had excessively high chests, like, you know, the guys like Superman and stuff, like, or Captain America. They had these big fucking chests and like, you know, hourglass kind of like top half shapes, a V shape kind of thing that was like completely unnatural, but people liked it because it looked good, you know, on paper and in those kinds of settings, and, you know, and like in the combat scenes, it made those characters look heroic and things like that, even though they were unrealistic. Or like characters posing in certain ways that aren't realistic. Like I actually see this a lot back a few years ago when like my friend group was like with cosplayers and stuff like that. We often had these kinds of conversations like, man, I cannot make this costume because it's not like realistically possible to do this costume. You have either this part of the shoulder blade, you know, sticking into your neck when you're trying to pose, or you have this thing floating, you know, on your back, but you can't really make it float, you know, or like stand properly, you know, because again, it's not realistic. It's not supposed to be realistic. It's supposed to look good, right? So you have these like body shapes and things that are just like wacky, but they look good, right? And that happens in storytelling a lot as well, where you can rationalize something and say, this is bad storytelling because the characters didn't do this. And often enough, yes, you're right. Like, the characters definitely should have said something or should have done something at a certain point in time. And I can agree that, you know, sometimes it really sucks that the character doesn't act in a certain way. But more often than not, it's about like how that plays out that's more important, rather than doing the thing that you want them to do. Like throughout, you know, like the story, right? You think about like Batman or stuff like that, right? Where he never kills. And he always tries to incapacitate enemies and send them to jail, and then they escape again. How easier would it be as the, you know, amazing Bruce Banner, no, not Bruce Banner, dude, oh my god, how am I mixing the names? Bruce Wayne. How easy would it be for Mr. Bruce Wayne, the billionaire who has this all advanced technology, to just put a bullet in every villain's head and deal with the Gotham's problems in like a month, right? Or 2 months. Like you'd eradicate all of the evil in the town, in the city, in like, you know, the span of a year. There wouldn't be no villains even daring to appear in Gotham City, because you have this crazy vigilante that just puts a bullet in your head, right? But yeah, it doesn't make sense at that point, right? Like, you're killing the whole point of the story, right? Batman is all about not killing as a fundamental personal principle, and that's why you get so many stories, and that's why you can explore the character in different ways. It would be so easy to just deal with an enemy instantly, but then it doesn't do for good storytelling sometimes, right? So yes, I get it. Oftentimes we should be fighting the evil guy here and now, and not 2 hours later after they've done a heinous thing. But sometimes you need them to do the heinous thing in order to actually want to defeat them. Because sometimes, again, you saw like the reaction with Emmett Selk, right? that was always funny to me because looking at the developers, where they didn't expect Emmet Selk to be so like beloved, right? Because they gave them all of these like background and explanations, all of that kind of stuff. But like, right, we could have dealt with him so much sooner. Everything about him, you know, is so deep and complex that you kind of end up liking the character. But that goes both ways. If you want to make a villain really hated, they have to do the heinous things, right? If all we had to do to go by for Soralja is like, oh, he attacked the city and a few people here and there that we don't know and that our generic NPCs died. Yes, it's bad, but it's like it doesn't create that strong emotional connection to the events, right? But with him, you know, killing his father and doing, you know, talking so evilish, you get the idea that, you know, he's irredeemable, right? Kind of thing. So like you want to stop him by the end of it. If we just defeated him there, well, for one, we wouldn't have a story, right? We wouldn't have much of a story in the last 2 chapters. I mean, you could, obviously you can rewrite things. You can always do things differently, right? If we would get rid of Zoralja there and then all the Solution 9 things happen differently. We don't even get to Solution 9. We wouldn't be friends with, you know, Sven and all of that kind of stuff. But that's kind of the point, right? If you just killed Zoralja there in the throne room, it'll be very anticlimactic. I was like, okay, we dealt with a dungeon boss kind of thing, right? Okay, it's done. What's next, right? It doesn't build up the stakes. So, yes, we could have, but we shouldn't have, right? For the purposes of the story. And sometimes I think that's the part where you kind of want to, you know, try to remember that it's a game. It's supposed to connect for a lot of people, not just for like, you know, the movie buffs and the players that have been playing games for 30 years, like, you know, you and me and stuff like that, right? It's easy for me after, you know, 30 years of playing video games and playing 1,000 video games to say, oh, this is poorly written, but then completely missing the point of who the audience is and what kind of story is being told. Like I was saying earlier with, like, you know, My Little Pony or whatever other cartoon for kids, right? The stakes in those shows don't need to be as high as in like a, you know, cop movie, you know, a noir movie or something, you know, with detectives and like everything's grim and dark and black and white, you know, all that sepia looking things, and, you know, it's a different type of experience. A kids show should be colorful, fun, you know, make you smile, cry, you know, kind of primitive, like, emotional reactions, not deep, complex, confusing, right? If a kid watches, you know, I don't know, I keep saying My Little Pony because that's such a good example of, like, kind of, like, deviating and acquiring a weird fan base that's not really intended. But, like, it's a show for little girls that like cute things, like cute little horsies with colorful hairs and whatnot, and it's like pink and purple and all of these colors, and you got this, you know, cool pony that dashes really fast and flies real fast, and you have this pony that's really, you know, pretty, and you have this other pony that's really smart and does magic and whatnot, and you got this other fluffy pony that's pink and loves flowers and animals. It's like, it's a show for small girls. Now imagine putting in that show a weird, advanced, like super mature theme where, like, I don't know, this evil character comes and kills ponies and throws fireballs at everybody and hits them in full force, direct, you know, like impact. It like kills them and burns them to a crisp. It's like, dude, it has no place. That's not the place for such kind of story, right? Instead, they shoot their fireballs at little houses and they burn a little bit of the rooftop, and everybody's going, boo-hoo, he burned our houses and we have to deal with him. And then they go find the bad guy and then go, you're a bad guy. And they shoot their beam at him and they beat him, and he's like, oh no, you beat me. whatever will I do? And it's like, you should be a good guy. And the bad guy goes, you're right, I should be a good guy. And everybody's happy, right? Because it's a story for young girls. It's not a story for 36-year-old motherfuckers like myself, right? I know I went on the deep end with that one a little bit, but you get what I'm saying, right? It's like, sometimes people forget that a game is a game, and the story should be complex in some cases, yes. I do think 14 has room for a more complex story, for sure. The audience is a little bit on the older side, teenager or young adults, rather than really small children. But it also doesn't have to be the next freaking Max Payne type of like dark noir story, right? It doesn't have to be, the end of the world, cataclysmic something in every single beat. It's a lighthearted story for the most part. It's a world where conflict exists, but power of friendship, cooperation, and talking gets you a long way. It has gotten us a long way, all the way since A Realm Reborn. We talk to people, we talk to beast tribes, we talk to other people, we talk to nation leaders, we beat some sense into different peoples and villains, and then power of friendship and power of conversation wins the day. It happened in A Realm Reborn, it happened in Heaven's Ward, it happened in Stormblood, it happens in Shadowbringers, it happened in Endwalker. And in Endwalker specifically, the power of friendship literally saves the world. Like, absolutely literally. Dynamis can't get more literal than that. Power of friendship saves the day. Right? So for people to act all kind of dumbfounded that, Wuklamat is a little bit too goody-goody two-shoes, she's a little bit too childish or too this or that or whatever, it's like, man, you missed the plot so hard on this game. And don't even get me started on some of like the Beast Tribe quests and stuff, like the kobolds and the Mughals, right? You had those. You had the Namazu, right? The Pixies, the dwarves. You have so many dumb, light-hearted quests that are just intended to, add levity and like, a variety to the world. And then you obviously have some other things that are, still kind of like quote-unquote canon, but also kind of like out there, like, the 2B raid and all that kind of stuff. It's like, man, you haven't been paying attention, have you? If you think Wuklamat is a terribly written character. I do agree that she suffers from like the shonen syndrome, for sure. She is the main character, main protagonist of the story. So obviously she can't really die. It's not that kind of story. But again, I don't think saying something is in a genre that you don't like means it's bad. I always said, like, I don't like horror games. I don't like horror movies. I don't like anything that's grotesque and like repulsive and disgusting. So I don't engage with that kind of content. I actively avoid it as much as I can. But at the same time, I don't go about saying that if you like horror movies and whatnot, you're dumb or you're immature or you don't know what true peak writing is or some other nonsense like that. It's just, you like horror, I don't. You enjoy your horror, I will enjoy my whatever else that isn't horror thing. But yeah, I've been ranting. I've been ranting today. I've been ranting hard. It's just really bothered me, honestly. Because like I said, I like understanding people. I like understanding their perspectives and views on things. But when all the feedback is so like shallow, it gets on my nerves pretty quickly, I admit. That is one of my weaknesses. Where like, I try to engage in good faith with people, but like I really have very little patience for bad faith arguments and things like that. Like when somebody just you know, says dumb shit for the sake of saying dumb shit. I can't with that. What's that? Tourmaline weapon. Cute. I still like this little thing, man. I had this little pet since A Realm Reborn, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think this is the pet from like the manor, right? I think she was in the manor. Was it? Was she from the manor, I want to say? From Hawk Manor, I think. Was it? From A Realm Reborn or was it later? I don't remember. I want to say it was from A Realm Reborn. But yeah, I've been having this thing for a long time. And I love it so much. She's such a cutie. And I so love beckoning her. And the way she sits, you know, on your shoulder. She's such a cutie. Look at her. With the deadpan face. I adore this minion so much. It's probably my favorite minion. There's a lot of minions I like, but this one is just... That deadpan look is killing me. The wind up succubus, this one. So cute. So cute. So cute. And I also like how her little butt, you know, floats with her little tail. Like wiggling around on my shoulder. It's such an adorable little minion. I love it. I love her so much. I think there's a few other minions that can do this, but I don't remember which one. I think there was another one that could sit on your shoulder, kind of like this. I don't remember if Puff of Darkness maybe, or something similar. But this one's by far my favorite, that can sit on your shoulder like that. I don't know, it sits on your head. That's cute. Koala Joy. I don't even know on which page it is or if I have it. I don't think I have a koala. It's more about like, I don't know if I have it, like where it should be on the pages. Because again, I do have nearly 9 pages of minions here. You know? I got a few. Just a few. Ah. Oh, right. I keep forgetting. Yeah, I don't have it. I keep forgetting that there's a search button, honestly. Let's see this koala of yours. Koala Joy. This one sits on your head or something as well? Ah. Yeah, he's kind of cute in his own way. But I still prefer my succubus. I still think she's cuter. What other pets do I have that I really, really like? Trying to remember. Oh, he always sits there? He doesn't walk? Like the other ones around you? Puff of Darkness was kind of cute as well, a little bit. Monkey King. Calophysteria I kind of like. Skara is kind of cute as well. Obviously I like the Black Hayate. Cute little doggo. The panda. Bombok is also cute. There's a lot of really cute stuff here. The Siamese. The otter. The fishing otter. Bluebird's kind of cute. I do like the hawk personally. Obviously the Nutkins is kind of cute, and the bear, also the plushie, the Nana bear, I like it. What else do we have here? Obviously, yeah, this little guy. I need to finish the rep. I really need to finish the rep to get the second one, because usually there's 2 minions, right, like everything else. So I need to finish that one. But I do like the Loporets. Loporets are always cute. I do kind of like the Anantas, to be honest. You got Sylphie, you got Wind Up Shiva, Wind Up Odin, Bismarck, Ivana, Susano, Lakshmi. I got a lot. Obviously not all of them. At some point I might go on a spree to get all the minions. I don't think I have the alpaca yet. Wind Up Edda. Gosetsu. Oh, Yugiri is also kind of cute. I also like Iceheart. Obviously Nanamo. I have a soft spot for Nanamo and Kryl as well. And Moonbreeda, good old Moonbreeda. And the Yashtolas. Obviously I love both of those, because Yashtola's Yashtola. Hien, Loey, Chloe. Serena. Renoir, Fan, Graha. Wind Up Mistel. I like the Crystal Exarch. Señorita Sabotender. Señorita Sabotender. Awesome. The Queen Chicken. Alpha, man, Alpha was such a cute character as well. I miss Alpha. I know you can find him throughout the world. I never looked into it specifically where, but I know you're supposed to be able to find him throughout the world once you finish Omega. But I never really went to look for him, to search for him. I know you're supposed to be able to find Alpha and Omega traveling in different places. Oh, Edvia is one that I really liked when it came out. She's such a cutie, especially if you like, if you have 2 people, then somebody puts down the pillow and stuff, and then you put her on the pillow. She looks really cute. I like her. Tengudo, Maliek, Mithra, Unlucky Rabbit. Yeah. I forgot about the dog. I completely forgot I got this, honestly. The Diata from the... I think this is from the... whatchamacallit? Like the equivalent of the... whatchamacallit quest, right? But the one from the... where was it? I keep forgetting. I know where, but I keep forgetting the name. Was it Ilsabard? No, it wasn't Ilsabard. Where is it as the quest? It's Charlian. The Charlian, like, you know, quests. The Crafter Gatherer quests. Right? That's where this is from. When you finish all of them. If I recall correctly. Right? The Studium, I think it was called. Right? The Studium quest, I think. It's a dumb little fish, but it's cute in its own way. Protonaut. Stupid fucking car, man. I laughed so hard when I saw it. The toy car. The Moai face. And then some of the other characters and stuff from collectors and pre-orders and whatnot. Water Imp, Piggy, Lalinator. Lalinator 5.0. Oh, brother. I like some of these minions from like the event. Specifically Blizaria and Damona. Because ice, you know me. And then Pod, Smoke, yeah. The automatons. Oh yeah, the Torgal Pop and the Torgal Mount. Those were both really cute. Got a bunch of mounts as well. And the dumb Choco Porcore. And a Torgal mount. Such a cool mount. I do have the regular Mikoshi. I don't have the 50 million one. I didn't get that one yet. I need to make some money because I only have 86 mil. And that thing's like 50 mil if I'm not mistaken. I'm not spending 50 mil on that thing right now. It's too much. I want to have money for other things. I need to get my last 2 mounts from the Garo event. I really need to start doing some PvP and soon. I have to. I basically I have the one from like the whatchamacallit, the like front lines. But I need to still do the ones with like you know, crystalline conflicts basically. I just need to get back into it. I only what I need, what, 37 wins? No, oh, what is it? Yeah, 37 wins. So it's not that bad. And this one's 17. Is it 37? Yeah, 37. And 17. Because I have 10 from this one, it counts. Yeah, so it's not that bad. It just, I never got around to it because I'm not a huge PvP guy. When do we get beast tribes are like what 9, like 0.1, 0.3 and 0.5 or 0.1, 0.2, 0.3? They usually come pretty early, right? So like I think it's 0.1 where we are gonna get the combat one, or is it 0.05? When are we supposed to expect the new beast tribes? 0.1. I guess it's 0.1 for this one and 0.2 for this, and then 0.3 for this. 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, something like that. Because they're usually staggered, but at the same time, I know they come out before like the last expansion, last patches. It's like 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 or something like that, right? This set is from like the Fall Guys, I think, collab. I think. Yeah, I have a lot of jobs that I need to level, and also like custom deliveries to do. You know what? I'm gonna take a 5-minute, 10-minute break, and then when I come back, we get to play a little bit before we call it a day. And like 2 hours ish. Yeah, I'm gonna take a break, stretch a little bit, and then we can play some game for a little bit. So be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hello. I'm back. Yeah, okay, so let's gaming time a little bit. Probably should do my custom deliveries and my daily quests to finish my reps and stuff. It's a good place to like do some chilling stuff, chill stuff. Margaret. Let's go to Anden first. I need to go Goldsmith and teleport to the old world, Norvrand, and Glidaran, I think. Let's do the things, because I need to finish him. I still have a little bit of stuff to do with custom deliveries. Man, I like this mount so much. So cool. I wouldn't mind the second one with a different color, like maybe orange or blue or red. Even yellow I'd be okay with, or green. I just think it's like a really cool mount. I really don't want to start like, you know, us getting constant recolors. Like, I think the trial mounts are enough as far as recolors go. Like, I don't think every mount needs to have like 20 variations. But this mount, I'll be honest, it's kind of cool. I wouldn't mind having like one or two other colors, you know, acquirable from other sources, not necessarily for, like, this one's okay, the money sink, fine. 7.5 mil, it's not huge, but okay, this is a money sink. Like, maybe get another one from like a reputation or something. It would be cool. Okay, so I need to, what do you want from me today? Mountain garb. So I need 3 mountain garbs. I need 3 of these. And then we go here and we do custom deliveries. We go Andon and do mountain garbs, and we can... I can do trained eye here though. I'll go with this, I guess. I go with reduce durability loss. Go with manipulation probably. We go with touch. Maybe with this one. Whatever, let's finish it. I like to have it all done all the way. And then this one. Okay, and then we go. Now let's go with quality actually. And then this. And this. And then we do this. And touch. And do one of these again. Okay, and then we start with this. That's good enough. I mean, thankfully I have decent-ish gear, so I can not... I don't have to worry too much. Oh. Got to use this. Both. And just finish it off, I guess. We got some good... Okay, we got all 3, right? Yes. Now we turn in these 3 and continue with the quest. Think I remember splitting firewood and resenting that I had to do so, as I much prefer tending to sheep. You never could tear yourself away from your sweet fluffies. You forget all about your chopping, then have to do it in the middle of the driving snow. You'd be out there shivering and sniffling, muttering such dark words. You saw all of that? Oh. Well, firewood aside, I do remember enjoying a comfortable life here. You see, wool was always in high demand here in Vobert, was it? Yes, Vobert, that's what this place was called. I would have my wool spun to yarn at Castletown, and as knitting was a rather popular pastime, people were happy to pay good coin for it. One can never have too many pairs of fuzzy socks after all. Speaking of, I remember gifting a pair of woolen gloves to a traveler once, someone who helped me with an errand, an elf. Yes, I once knew an elf. Was rather averse to cold. What'd you do to him? He's not an elf. I've changed again, Yotir? Teehee. Elvan Anden, you look just like that Urianger fellow who used to live at the bookman's shelves. Well, I suppose he wasn't quite so leafy. He's one of your friends, isn't he? Yep. He speaketh funnieth. Oh, Urianger was ever so fun to play with. He was too polite to say anything ill, so we would gift him treats he loathed and laugh at his sad face while he ate them. What fun we had. But you're just as entertaining, Anden. Don't you fret. Is that supposed to be a good thing? I don't know whether to feel flattered or horrified. Ay, ay, ay. The fairies. The fairies. Satisfaction up. Okay. Come on, come on. Speaking of eating things both lovely and loathsome, have you remembered that you used to eat sheep, Anden? What? I had no idea my obsession with sheep extends so far as to consume them. But all things considered, I suppose that makes a certain degree of sense. It might also explain why I suddenly find myself craving roasted meat. Regardless, while diet is irrelevant to a leaf man, I must have put consideration to my meals as a person. Any guess as to what I might have eaten? I don't know, but we'll figure it out. Vobertite cuisine. Natural ingredients. I do need to work on my crafters at some point. My gatherers, I mean. Vobertite thingy. Oh yeah, I still have to do a few of these. No, I was just looking at what else I still have to get for my other crafters. Because I didn't play towards the end, so I don't have all of the weapons yet. I got the gear, but I didn't get all the weapons. I was checking how many I still need. Like roughly how many times I still have to do this. Because I also have to switch over to my gatherers. Because my gatherers gear is literally like 1.0. Like whatever, 6.0 or whatever it is. Like my gear is really bad. So I need to upgrade that as well. Okay, so I need classic Vobert thingy. Let me do one of these. Do one of these. Let me do this. Do this. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Perfect. And then do a synthesis upgrade, I guess, since we have poor quality. And then we finish up with this. Sweet. Okay. Okay, number 2. I go with this. Okay, that was enough. Nice. So I'm gonna do one of these. Easy. And then number... Alright, I forgot that these also give a little bit of XP. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, but for those I actually need to start gathering materials because I haven't played in so long. I don't actually have materials to craft most of those things, and since they rotate, I actually need to go gather stuff that I don't have. It's fine because I'm not really like a gold making crafter, like heavy gold making crafter. It's more I mainly level my crafters to be able to repair my gear and like decent things for materials and do the reps and, you know, occasionally craft a thing or two here and there when I want something. So like I'm not in super rush to level everything, and I still have to do all my combat classes as well. So I'm gonna slowly work my crafters through like these deliveries. Might look into some Grand Company stuff to see if there's anything that I can easily gather and craft maybe. And then also use the reps once those come out. Because I will still need to do... I should have finished this with Loporet sooner, obviously, but I didn't. In part because I didn't have any gatherers and crafters to level by the end of it. So Omicrons and Loporets, I already had everything 90 at launch. So I kind of slacked on those. And now they don't give any experience at this level. But for the new ones, I'll probably like just slowly level things here and there. And then one or two of them I'll level through like the Loporet's equivalent when that comes out. Okay, custom delivers. Next one was Margaret, right? So for that we need to go to Labyrinthos. Was it the Archaeon? Actually, I don't remember. No, I think it was the Chalet and Hamlet. I could be wrong. It's been a while. It's been a hot minute. Yeah, I was right. It was the Chalet and Hamlet. Okay, so what did you need? Margaret, we wanted miniatures, 3 miniatures. Okay. You get 3 mesmerizing miniatures. And probably 3 of these afterwards. Okay, Margaret, we need miniatures. Let's go. 1 of these. 1 of these. This. Into this. Into, I don't need innovation, actually. Yeah, that's fine. And then I want to do touches, right? No, synthesis. Do a veneration and do a groundwork. And then another groundwork, and should be enough. Yeah. Cool. And then we go again with reflect, start off for a boost there. We do waste not, manipulation, innovation, and then basic touch. I don't really need manipulation, honestly, but hey. Okay. What was it? Oh, it's poor quality. So we do, I guess, veneration here, and then we do prudent synthesis. Oh, that wasn't the one I was supposed to use. It was the groundwork that I was supposed to use. Whatever, doesn't matter too much. I have the durability, even if I do make some mistakes. And then this, and then this. Yeah, that should be enough with 8 stacks. And then a little bit of this, but doesn't matter too much because we're already maxed out. And then this one. Is that 3? Yeah, that's 3. Margaret! Here's your miniatures. Here's your minis. That's number 1. It's number 2. And that's number 3. Okay, now she's gonna go, and then she's gonna come back with the next person. Actually, no, first this girl's gonna thank me, and then the next one comes. Look, I procured something of my own. A researcher brimming with gratitude. None of us were expecting anything remotely close to the quality of what you delivered. The whole team couldn't be happier. Finally, we'll have furnishings more inspiring than peeling wallpaper and criminally slow timepieces. I can feel my investment in the drudgery improving already. Glad you're happy with your minis. So, what do you suppose Ibuki and her colleagues spent their time studying whilst their monstrous miniatures keep vigil? Monster materials, maybe? I don't know. Warm, very warm indeed. Ibuki's team specialized in materials engineering, so they were tasked with deciding what the Ragnarok should be made of. As the mission was of the greatest import, candidate materials were subjected to rigorous testing to ensure safe and reliable operation. For instance, every component within the engines had to withstand both the heat and stress the engine itself generated, as well as whatever bumps and scrapes it might suffer during the course of the ship's journey. However, the durable, heat-resistant material they chose had been too heavy or difficult to work with, our starship would have been effectively the world's largest doorstop. So to ensure the Ragnarok could actually fly and not be reduced to fondue in the process, Ibuki and her colleagues searched high and low for materials suited to each and every part. And on the occasion they failed to find what they needed, they rolled up their sleeves and created it themselves. Nice. People tend to be more interested in the bigger picture by what is being made rather than what it's made of. But I've made my peace with it. It's a fairly mundane job, truth be told. Not from where I'm standing. You and your lab are the heroes who help us realize our wildest dreams. We are forever in your debt. Well, if you'd really like to repay the favor, you might try making a good faith effort to actually meet your deadline next time. Losing our mind over deadlines again. These days we mostly deal in arms and armor production with external collaborators. No matter how much you improve upon the previous model, adventures always demand harder, better, faster, and stronger. Yeah, I'm one of those adventurers, which necessitates a more in-depth understanding of the circumstances which demand such performance. So we conduct simulation based on actual and theoretical experiences of veteran adventurers, which in turn means extensive research into the myriad monstrosities of the world, perhaps too extensive given how it has influenced our team. Influence being instilled an obsession in. Now, whenever we see any reproduction of a monster, the potential battle begins. Sharp claws, a lumbering blow, no wait, toxic, molten breath, all powerless to penetrate our perfectly selected materials. Then comes the counter. Pikes piercing hardened scale, blades carving through jets of viscous bile, driving unimpeded towards their fleshy prize. Ah, I get shivers just thinking about it. Considering your long and storied tenure, you may have worn or wielded something developed by Ibuki's team and not even known it. Possible. But I'm a monk. I use my hands. My fists. Are guild ship missions so perilous these days? Huh? Oh, I forgot to mention. I'm the guy who saved the world. The power giant. What? How? What? Huh? Signature on the thing you just brought me? Did you say? Just your initial on the underside? No, please, your full name next time. Across the front. I'm a fucking superstar. And you, Margaret, how dare you conceal such crucial information? Just wait till the rest of the team hears about this. Yeah, the savior of the world just crafting knickknacks for some poor scientists in a remote place, yeah. I love this. This is one of my favorite delivery quests, honestly, because of this part where like everybody's kind of just like, what, huh, who, what, cat, who, where, what? It's you, the one who saved the world. You're here crafting this cat, like, basket for me. What? And yet there's still much work to be done after research of Charlotte and Hamlet are to have their myriad needs met. I love this quest, the quest chain so much. And now she's dancing. What the hell is wrong with you, lady? Okay, what other crazy thing were we crafting today? Actually, I should have known because I already picked up the items, but I forgot. Ibuki just ran by shrieking like a jilted chocobo. Is something amiss? I suppose there's no telling with her. Never mind, Hodge. I'm here to collect my supplies. No supplies for you. Your request was denied. You are encouraged to recuperate at home. Ah, that's rich. Rich or not, that is the official answer. Those two have a special offer for rejected petitioners. Why, Hodge, the very nerve of you. Well met, Margaret. I'm glad to find you in high spirits and not your usual state of inconsolable weeping. I believe we have yet to be acquainted. Grondelvet, systems etherologist. No. Grondelvet, your good breeding ruined our fun little game. I've been challenging her to guess who did what on the Ragnarok. Our systems etherologists basically ensure that on an arcane level, the Ragnarok was easy to operate. Each component was imbued with supplementary magic and without having to employ overworked mages scurrying about activating geometries. I don't think she's here now. I can ask her if you want. She did buy emotes, obviously, but I'm not exactly sure if she still dabbles in that stuff. She hasn't done them in a while. She's been focusing on other projects lately, but I can ask if you want. This was possible because many systems were designed to function automatically in the presence of sufficient ether. But how do you ensure the requisite quantities of ether are supplied throughout the ship? Call in the system's etherologist. Grondelvet's team was tasked with the development of regulators to reallocate ether as the systems dictate. So when our furry pilots engaged the throttle, the Ragnarok sped up instead of sputtering to a halt, or exploding. Needless to say, it is intricate work that requires a deep understanding of how a host of complex mechanisms interact, far beyond the scope of a harried gaggle of mages. Goodness, your effulgent praise has my bosom all a tingle. But returning to what Hodge mentioned, you are fulfilling requests which Thesaurus denies? Why, we are indeed. My exclusive gleaner here is second to none when satisfying the needs of the needy. Take advantage of our free trial today. Though I'm curious to what prompted said trial, it would be foolish to reject your offer. Very well. Might I commission some remedies for weary eyes? Eye drops would suffice, as would items that improve circulation. Foodstuff purported to improve visual acuity would be welcome too. If it may aid in the preservation or enhancement of eyesight, my team and I would welcome whatever you can provide. Ah, I see. Pun intended. Been burning the midnight oil, have we? A man after my own heart. Well then, my gleaning genius. Let's find this hard worker respite for his tired eyes, shall we? Okay, what do we have? Energizing eye elixir. That's why we're crafting here. Got it. Got it! One of these. Again, one of these. One of these. This. This. Yeah, I didn't even need it. The rest, I knew that, but still. Not synthesis. Yeah, it is synthesis. Oh shit, wrong button! I keep forgetting. Wrong button. I pressed the wrong button again. There we go. One of these. One of these. This. Into this. Into this. Into this. Into this. Into this. That should be enough with 7. Yes. And then we go synthesis into this. Groundwork should be fine actually. Double groundwork, fine. It's fine. Myla with Ironworks gear, one of the best looking crafter gear. Yeah, the Ironworks stuff always looked nice for sure. But I haven't. I think I dismantled that gear, honestly. I should go back to it at some point and like look for some glams for my crafters and gatherers. I haven't really glammed my crafters and gatherers in a long time. My gatherers I think are glammed though. I was using the Lionheart stuff, I believe, is what I was using. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Lionheart stuff as a miner. 93 with this. Fat cat glam. Lol. And with that, we did all the thingies. Now I have to do the quests. Pam, param. Okay, so this is progress, yes, and this is supposed to be quality because there's and this goes here. What do you have? Look at synthesis. What's the delicate synthesis? Oh, it's this one. Progress and quality. Enhance experience for 1 step when using hasty touch. Hasty touch to daring touch. Okay, what's that? Daring touch. Okay. Is there anything that will increase the success rate? I think we used to have something that increases success rate, but I don't think we have that anymore, right? I think they removed that skill. You can no longer increase the success rate of hasty touch and rapid synthesis. Those are just RNG all the way. Oh, all item durability. Trained finesse. Trained perfection. Ah, okay, yeah. No, that's efficiency. That's efficiency. Grace Rise is only efficiency. It's not success chance. Increase the efficiency of the next touch action for 3 steps. It's not success rate. Unless there's a passive for that. Yeah, success chance. We used to have a skill for that, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe I'm misremembering. I feel like we did. And then it got removed when they changed the touches to 100%. Because it used to be not... It used to not be 100%. It was like 80 or 90% or something. And you had a skill that increases the success chance. But they got removed when they changed all of these basic ones to 100%. So now you only have hasty touch and rapid synthesis, which are RNG, right? Or am I misremembering? I feel like that's how it was, right? I'm not dumb, am I? I mean, it's possible that I'm dumb. Because there is always that possibility. I don't remember when I manual crafted last. Yeah, no, I think it was Stormblood probably the last time we had that. Was it Stormblood? I feel like in Stormblood we still had that skill. I know for sure we had it in Heaven's Ward. I don't remember in Stormblood if we still had that. I wanna say we did. But I mean, it's been so long ago, I don't remember. Question for the God of Crafting, yeah. Ash would probably know 100%. 100%. Okay, we did my thingies. I did my allowances. I need to do my dailies next for rep, for Omicrons and Leporits. Leporits is only 5. I started that late. So which one is closer? Ultima Thule based Omicron? Yeah, that one's closer. I think, yes. Base Omicron. Let's go get Omicrons up. We're almost done with the Omicrons, thankfully. Low ports, we still have quite a bit to go, so that's not great. Need to switch to minor, and then yeah. Which way was it? No, not this way, right? Yeah, this way. Portal to A4. Got lost for a second there. It's this way that we gotta go. No, 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 no. I love this zone, if only for the music. It's a bit of a barren wasteland, all things considered, but the music makes it really good. Okay, we go this way. Yes, I do have at least one quest here. Oh, I got 2 quests here. Nice. Slash coffee break. Coffee break. Coffee break. You have a coffee break. Bye. And we have another guy. Hello. Coffee break. Yes. Go on your coffee break. This place looks so good on an OLED monitor. I think mine is an LCD still. And also it's 1080, unfortunately. I haven't upgraded to 1440p because those bitches are expensive. Holy shit, they're expensive. I really want 1440p, but I'm using double monitors, and I like double monitors. So if I switch to 1440p, I still want to have dual monitors. But man, those things are expensive. I'm not getting one anytime soon. But I would like to switch to 1440p at some point. Well, I don't know how prices are over at your place, but even 1440p, like a good monitor, because keep in mind, I don't just want like a 60 hertz or, you know, 90 hertz monitor. I do want at least one 4040p with like 1 ms. And they're not exactly cheap. Again, it's also a matter of budget, right? Because you know, I had to upgrade my PC because it broke, so I spent a lot of money just upgrading my PC. So like a good monitor, what is it? Let me check. My components. Where's the monitors? Monitors. No. Componente. No. Monitor. Let's look at OLEDs. Yeah, 1700 is a lot. Okay, let me see how much. Okay, so we're going for resolution 1440p. No, it's not this one. It's the other one, I think. 1440 is, if I'm not mistaken, 2560, right? By 1440. I think that's the resolution. 2560 by 1440. OLEDs are like €1,000 plus, the cheapest. The cheapest OLED is like 1200-ish, 11 to 1200. So an OLED is like €1,100, and I would need 2. Keep in mind, right? That's a lot. even like regular LCDs are still a little bit too much right now for me. I can get like an LCD with like a good refresh rate at around, what is this? 350-ish. But 350 times 2, that's still 700. And I do not have the budget for that right now. Not after having to spend so much on my PC. And I spent a lot. Yeah. Wait, where do I have to deliver that? Oh, okay, I have to deliver it here. I spent like what? Almost, what was 4K? 4K. Around $4,000 on this PC. 4,000 euros actually. It was a little over 4,000. Not like 4,100, 4,200, something like that. Yeah. I burned through all of my savings to upgrade my computer. It was pain. It was pain. I have no more money left. I don't think I'll be able to upgrade my monitors for at least like until next year. At least. That's assuming no, like, you know, expenses crop up. I need to build up my savings again. And then we go Loporetz in Best Way Borrows. Yeah, I would really love to upgrade to 1440p in general. Like, it doesn't even have to be OLEDs, even LCDs, but yeah, budget do not be where it needs to be right now. Was it here? No. Is it? Yeah, here. Actually. Hoppers hold. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. Hey, you know what? I need my succubus back. Give me my succubus back. Give me my good girl back. Call is cute, but I like my succubus. I use my computer for everything as well, but again, it's not a matter of is it worth it? It's a matter of do I have the disposable income? And the answer is no, not right now. There's a reason why I spend so much on my computer. Like you said, you know, like it is my everything. It's my gaming, it's my work, it's my everything. But like monitors, I can still work on 1080p just fine. And games run perfectly on 1080p. I'd like to play on 1440. It would definitely be an, you know, a better experience and all that, but it's not a must, you know, budget-wise. Yeah, that's the thing. So as much as I want a 4040p, gonna have to wait a bit until I can actually make some money. And you know how it goes. Priorities are priorities, you know. Paying the bills, rent, all of that kind of stuff. You know. Important stuff first, fun second. I'm sure I'll be able to get, you know, some new monitors maybe next year or so, because prices keep going down and whatnot, and newer, better models come out and all that stuff. So Maybe by next year I only have to pay like, I don't know, instead of, what was it, 350 for one monitor, maybe I can go down to 300 or something. No, it wasn't 350. It was, yeah, it was 350. Yes, actually. So maybe by next year they go down to maybe 250 if I'm lucky. Who knows? Oh, wait. What did you want? A pipe dream? You need the wind instrument components first, okay. Not this. Society cost upwards. Wind instruments. The best part about these is that I can use trained eye. Makes it faster. I really like trained eye. It just makes things so much faster when you don't have to worry too much about it. Okay, you get your thingies. You're happy, take your things, cool. Now we go to the other one. Don't stop me. Is this the dancing one again? I got like the dancing one, dancing Lopper request like 4 days in a row. Well, I say 4 days in a row. It's like 4 times in a row, I should say. Because I didn't do them every day in a row. Okay, no. So you want something. What do you want? You want... Okay, so we want an audio spare parts. One of these. This. And double groundwork is fine. Easy. One more of these. Even better. Okay, what do we need? Coin manufacturing. Let's finish this as well if we're here. Do one of these. And do one of these. Train eye. And one of these. Groundwork. Thanks for topping and have a good night. Okay, Gigi, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it very much. Enjoy the rest of your night. Well, enjoy your sleep, I guess. And I'll catch you next time. Take care. Sleep tight. Bye-bye. We got one more. One more. One trained eye here. One waist knot. Yeah, intense. Nice. That's all of them. I like this mount. I don't know if it's my favorite mount, but it's definitely up there. I like this thing so much. Wow, wow. Wow. Yay! Quest done. Actually, I should do the Arcasadora ones as well. Even though it's maxed out, it gives good XP, so I could probably feed a little bit of extra XP. Because those don't give 1k if I'm not mistaken. And even if they do, I still have jobs below 90, so they work just fine. And then we go to Ilsabar, Radzatan. And from Radzatan, we teleport outside to save money. Oh, actually, wait. If I'm here, I may as well use my bell because I forgot. Mineral sample I don't need. This one I don't need anymore. I need to sell my things. Okay. And then for the last one, what was that? Bracers. Okay. Let me see what we have. So we have this for sale. It's not much, but it's something. Yeah. And we got this. And then we got the Psy, Evo, 3000. Sure. Rice. Mm-hmm. And why not? And that as well. And then we got these. They really don't sell for much, but whatever. That one and that one. 9. Is this worth anything? Yeah, why not? This one. 9, alright. Okay, we got everything here. Those things will never sell, I swear. I mean, they can sell for about 200, so why not? 917, I guess. 917. And these things. And this one goes for 7298, 7298. Okay, cool. Let's adjust price here. $5,554. 8779 9348 9348 901 99 796 796 and then 6912 6912 and then 10998 10999 actually. Yes, okay. So all of those. This one worth anything? It's not worth much, but it's worth something. Mm-hmm. 164, I guess. I don't like how little this is worth. I'll hold on to this one. Three nine, what was it? 7. 3979. Cool. Okay, and then I need to descent this. Yes. Okay, perfect. And now we leave from here to here. Okay, so who needs the experience? Who would need the experience the most? I think whoever's 80, right? 80 to 81. So Picto or Viper probably the best choices to do these quests until we get to 81 so we can actually run dungeons on them. I feel like that's probably the call, right? So I guess we're gonna do it on Viper for now. I honestly don't care about Viper. I'm not I'm not personally a fan of the gameplay loop on it. I probably need to play a little bit more of it to see if I like it more. But like first impressions is nah, not for me. Not really big in it. It's not bad, but it's not for me either. Maybe as I level it more, I'll like it more, but for now, I'm content with my monk, honestly. Speed, yes. Okay. Okay, and that should put me at the right level. So where's the first one? Down, okay. So we're going here first, and then here, and then there, I think, right? Survey the area, okay. Manjuska, that appear. Okay. Okay. First we talk to this guy. You get a hippo rider handbill. And then the second one's up there, I think. No, it's here, and then one's down there, I think, at the port. I want to say. If I recall correctly. I think the last one was down there. Yeah. I'm member. Still member. After all these years, I still member. Now we go over there, and then from there we teleport there, we go there, walk back down. Okay, you get your elegant purse. Oh, this one sends me down, doesn't it? Sends me back down. Yeah, I forgot. I need to go here first. I forgot about this quest. It was the other way around. Oh well. We're going back, I guess. I forgot about the purse quest. here. Teleportation! I wonder what our first Beast Tribe quest is gonna be. I feel like the Mamook is probably gonna be crafters, if I'm being 100%. Because I feel like with us trying to help them, you know, get the things that they need there and repopulate and stuff, I feel like that one's gonna be the crafters one. Could also be the gatherers one, but I feel like that was probably gonna be the crafters one. But for like the combat one, I honestly don't know. What do we have? We have the Hanu, we have the Pelu Pelu. Pelu Pelu, well, technically Pelu Pelu is already in like the commerce side of things with Wachumeki Meki. So I feel like that one's not gonna be it. Combat is probably gonna be the giant, I guess. The giants and Nokuis or whatever they're called. Those are probably gonna be the combat, I feel, with the red ones and all that conflict. And then I feel like crafters is probably gonna be the Mamook stuff. And then for gatherers, what could be gatherers? What are we gonna get for gatherers? Hanu Hanu, I guess? I guess that could work, right? They could also switch those two around, I guess. That could also work. Where Mamook is the gatherers one, and then the Hanu Hanu is the crafters one. Okay. And that's all three. But yeah, then if it starts with the combat as usual, then I think it's gonna be the Nokui, the giants. I'm pretty confident in that assumption. It's the Mamook and the Hanu Hanu that I'm kind of split between, because I can see it go either way. Honestly. Hanu could be gatherers with their stuff, and then Mamoku crafters, but I can also see it go the other way around, because the Hanu have the crafting armor for the Dawn's Guard, and the Mamoku could use gatherers for like plant life and stuff to populate the. So those one I'm still not sure which way it goes. It really could go either way. Okay, there we go, 81, and then the next 2 days are gonna be Picto, to get 81 on that as well, so that we can run dungeons. And then once we get the new reps, we can start doing those as well. Yeah, I have a lot of things to do. We'll work on it slowly over the next few months for sure. What is it? July 12th right now. I might start working towards maybe doing some dungeons and stuff in Trust to level that as well. To finish this stuff, because I haven't actually finished this. It's the same people. +1. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For once we have 8, so that's weird. It's really weird that they didn't try to just fit it in the screen, honestly. Just increase the screens of the scale window. 110%. Yeah, it doesn't actually change that one. They should have adjusted this so you don't have to scroll, honestly. It's kind of dumb. Yeah, because they fit here, and then they could have made it so it fits. Could make just tiny, slightly smaller to fit them in, or increase the size of the window to actually make them fit. Small annoyance, nothing big, but you know, they could improve on it a little bit to make it a little bit more user-friendly, so you don't have to scroll. But yeah, we're gonna have to start doing these. My NPCs are all about 83. So I can do like ninja for now. Obviously I still have to level them, but I want to focus on just one, I guess. So I guess it's probably gonna be ninja. Alright. I'll be honest, I don't like most of the DPS classes the way they play. I don't like it's one of those things, right? We all have propensities for different things. Like when I look at the melee DPS, personally, I kind of only really like monk and ninja to an extent. Samurai I can get behind, but like I'm not like a huge fan of it. Dragoon is fine, but it's really not my cup of tea. And Reaper and Viper I don't feel at all. And then for physical range, really just Dancer is the one that I like, kind of. Just because of the mobility and the fantasy, but like I don't really care about either of the ranged ones. And then for magical DPS, fantasy wise I only care about the summoner. I don't care about Black Mage, Red Mage, or Picto. I just like the theme of summoner. And then for healers, I like Astro and Scholar. No, Sage and Scholar, sorry. I don't really like Astro all that much. I don't really like White Mage all that much. And then for tanks, it's really Paladin, Gunbreaker, Dark Knight, and Warrior, I guess, last. Like I don't dislike Warrior or Dark Knight, but I just don't like the changes to Dark Knight overall. Like with the barrier shield. To be honest, I really haven't tanked all that much on Dark Knight outside of just leveling. Cause I'm not a huge fan of like the barrier thingy. It's like the Blackest Night, I think. No, not that one. Was it? Yeah, it was the Blackest Night. We have to you know have to deplete it in order to refund MP. That part I'm not a huge fan of. Like it's not a big thing. It's not like it breaks the job or anything like that. But it's just kind of like the flavor, you know, the flavor. It's not quite the taste I'm looking for. I like Gunbreaker generally speaking. I like how it feels to press buttons for the most part. It's just the gap closer that really sucks. The new one, I really don't like Trajectory. It feels so clunky. And then Paladin. Paladin I just like. Mainly for the sword and board more than anything else. But I don't dislike the you know, casting combo thingy with Requiescat. I don't dislike it. But I do prefer the more physical side of it, I guess. But still, it's a paladin. It's a sword and shield. It's always gonna have a special place in my heart. I need to finish my stuff, but I need to run more dungeons because I don't actually have enough Tombstone of Poetics to upgrade these, to make them shiny glowy thingies. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'm gonna have to see who's online. I want to give The Last Descendant one more chance, one more try, one more shot. If I got some people to play with. Solo, I'm not playing that game. Like, absolutely not. I'm over it personally. But I would like to give it one more shot where I play with some friends to see if it actually keeps me interested. But I have a feeling it won't. I have a feeling it won't. It's not really the type of game I usually play, so I have a feeling I probably won't stick with it. I might try one more stream, like I said, if I can get some friends in to do some multiplayer co-op kind of thing. But I don't think we're doing any more Descendant after this. For the weekend, maybe I'll do some ZZZ progression for the story a little bit more from where we left off. Haven't actually played it. I just did my like dailies and stuff and used my AP naturally, but that's about it. I haven't really progressed or done any more pulls since then. So we got some things to do there, I guess, for like, you know, this week. And then we got one more week, I think, next week. Next week, we're probably going to focus on FF, if I were to guess, just roughly. And I want to say the week after that, but I'm not 100% sure, because I think the week after this one, so like the 23rd or something, the new World of Warcraft patch comes out, which specifically means it's the expansion pre-patch. I have to look if it's on the 23rd that the pre-patch event starts or the 30th, one of the two. If it's 30th, we got 2 weeks of FF14. If it's 1 week, then next week I'm probably gonna do the pre-patch stuff, try and get some progress there, level a few more jobs with that, finish my freaking Dragon Wrath already, because I have to do like one more Firelands or 2 more Firelands, and I just haven't done them in years. Like, I'm literally on the last step, I think. I'm either on the last quest or the penultimate quest or something like that. Like, I just need to do Firelands one more time to get my Dragon Wrath, but I just never went back to it. And I think my Paladin also just needs like 1 or 2 more Ulduars, depending on RNG, to finish my Valinir. I've been working on Valinir since freaking Cataclysm, because I didn't play Holy during Wrath. And then I just put it off and forgot about it for the longest time. So that would be a nice little distraction thing. With a little bit of RNG luck, we could you know, get my Valinir finally and my Dragon Wrath in the same week. That's gonna be kind of PogChamp. That's my little Poggers moment for sure. Finish leveling some things. I'm already done with the remix. I forgot to make a video on it. I wanted to, but then I kind of got distracted with Final Fantasy and other things, so I never got back around to doing like a retrospective. I finished the whole thing in remix in like the first month. Like everything, even Shao Hao reputation, everything. The only thing I didn't quote unquote finish is, you know, just run around every fucking where just to collect weapon transmogs, because that was one of the things that I disliked about remix, is they added weapon skins to basically everything: world content, dungeons, raids, everything, scenarios, and across difficulties. And it's all RNG if you can get them or not, because they share a loot pool with your armor pieces and other shit. So it's kind of just like playing the slot machine, logging in every day, doing all the freaking content in the world just to get some recolors. And I said, no thank you, I'm not doing that bullshit. Those should have been on the vendor with everything else. But of course, Blizzard had to take an unnecessary L between all the W's on that thing. Because I really like Remix overall, but they took some really unnecessary L's with that mode. Like seriously unnecessary L's. With the upgrade costs, the low gain of bronze, and the weapon transmogs. They really like missed the mark on that. They also kind of lost the plot with the cloak and the upgrades not being account wide. So it's just like, you know, annoying in a lot of small different ways. That it could have been like a huge win with the remix, but instead it was a lot of people complaining for the first 2 weeks and stuff, and then slogging through it because, you know, that's what we do. We get our shit done, and then nobody talks about it anymore. About Remix. It's probably still going a little bit, but it's gonna be instantly dead the moment the pre-patch hits, and that's gonna suck for anyone starting late. That's another, you know, unnecessarily L where they start the like initially I thought they were gonna do the pre-patch after Remix ends. But instead, they're actually releasing the expansion 1 month earlier, which is cool and everything. But that means that pre-patch and remix, the 3rd month, overlap. So whoever starts late and whoever didn't finish their things in like the first month and a half or so, at 2 months at most of the, you know, people, the hardcores and stuff, will have already finished, like myself, and never go back. So it's gonna make it a huge pain in the ass for anyone else starting late to get anything done, because everybody's gonna be doing the pre-patch. Like this month, I'm sure there's probably some people bored or whatever still running Remix just for funsies to like level their cloak, see how strong they can make it. But once pre-patch hits, I really think Remix is pretty much dead. And that was another kind of like, why did you do this? This was unnecessary. This was seriously unnecessary to have them overlap like that. But you know, Blizzard's gonna Blizzard. But yeah, I'm gonna do the pre-patch stuff for sure. We'll probably get everything done in like a week or a few days, depending, you know, how the XP goes and the reward gains. I'm gonna do some pre-patch stuff. Finish my legendary weapons most likely. Then come back to FF14 probably, and then do the expansion when that comes out, and then come back to 14. I don't think I'm sticking with World of Warcraft, honestly. I told myself that I'm gonna give it a fair shake, so I am going to give it a fair shake. I really wanted to, because they are making a lot of good changes and interesting changes for me at least with the War Within. So I told myself I'm gonna give them a fair shake this time around, this expansion, and I'm gonna try and get into it, like get, you know, to end game, do some reps and stuff like that. But it's gonna need to be pretty good for me to stick with it. Like it's gonna have to be at least an 8 out of 10. If not a 9 out of 10. And right now, I'm not sure it's going to be a 9 out of 10. It kind of looks like it's going to be a decent 8 out of 10 from what I've seen. So I'll give it a shot. And if I do like it, then I'll juggle the two. I'll keep switching back and forth between WoW and 14. And if not, we're just going to do 14 and my gacha games. Honestly, because there's plenty to do in Zenless and in like Honkai and stuff. I haven't really played much Honkai on stream actually. I mainly played it off stream, almost exclusively. I think I streamed it like once or twice maybe. I think. I don't think I've ever shown you guys my accounts, because I got 2, because I'm a dumbass. I actually have 2 Honkai Star Rail accounts. Call me a masochist, and you would probably not be wrong in this regard. But yeah, I have 2 accounts that I kind of sort of keep up with. I don't do everything. Like I don't do the like extra hard content and stuff like that. Not because it's hard, it's because it takes a lot of fucking time. And I don't want to spend 2-3 hours every week doing simulated universe and then memories and then the other thing with the bird and then the other thing they just introduced. It's like, nah, I'm good. I'm just doing the story, doing my dailies, farming my shit, and occasionally do some like simulated universe and whatnot when they have the planner ornaments bonus up, and maybe occasionally when I feel like it. But yeah, so I might do a little bit of Honkai on stream at some point, but for the most part you can expect more FFA and more WoW in the upcoming days and weeks. Because I'll be honest, a part of me really wants World of Warcraft to be good again. It's my, it's the MMO that I spent the most time in. Realistically, I spent more time in WoW than in FF14, just because I was younger. So like, I could play for like 8 hours a day easily every day almost. So I have fond memories. I want it to be good. But at the same time, I acknowledge it's mostly not the same game. It's really not the same game. It's not for me. Nostalgia is nice and all, and I like going back to it from time to time to check it out. But I want War Within to blow my socks off, figuratively speaking, of course. And I'm hoping I'm gonna like it to actually give it a shot. But only time will tell. And I'm staying away from the PTR for the most part. Like I checked it out a little bit here and there, just to kind of see like the talents and the delves and what they're like, just to get a general idea for them. But I'm trying to stay away from any spoilers and things like that. I just want to get like a proper experience, not have my view tainted, so to speak, by like, wowhead complainers and whatnot. Like I keep an eye out vaguely on what's coming up. I know things from BlizzCon that are coming up, and it sounds interesting and all of that, but I don't know, man. I genuinely don't know if I'm gonna stick with it right now. It really all comes down to how it's gonna feel on launch day. Like, how many bugs there are, if it works or feels good to play. Progression doesn't seem like super unnecessarily tedious and things like that. If it strikes a good note on that front, I'll play it. If not, no skin off my back, I guess. And I guess you guys get to see my character at least a little bit. But yeah, we'll be doing a lot of 14 over the course of the next few days and weeks and months. The only thing is you're gonna have to tolerate me grinding. We did a lot of grinding last year, I think. No, 2 years ago. When Endwalker came out. Remember when we grinded like pretty much 1 or 2 crafters every day? I think it was something like that, or even 3 a day. I don't remember. I think I got everything in like a week or so, give or take. I don't remember exactly how many days it was, but like we got everything in like 1 week or something like that, maybe less. So we're gonna be grinding a lot of things to get everything out of the way. Probably not gonna bother with like raids for the time being. But at some point I would like to get into raids. I still need to finish what's it called? This one, the Asphodelos and the other raids. Like I haven't done 90 use raids. I have everything done up until last expansion. As you can tell, it's mostly like relic weapon, 8-man raid. I got my 60s. My 70s, obviously it's not here because it's from Eureka. So it's not really a quest. But then I have the Baja stuff where I still have to do stuff. But yeah, it's mainly, like you can see, it's mainly relic quests that I still have to do. Other than the relic quests, I've pretty much done everything. I'm gonna have to do the 8-man raids, the old ones and the new ones. But that's gonna wait. We're gonna focus on leveling everything so we can give everything a fair shot at 100 to actually see which jobs we like. Right now I'm still kind of on the like bandwagon of sticking to what I know works, which is gonna be Paladin for my tank, Monk for my melee DPS, Scholar for my healer just so I can also get Summoner done, so that's a 2-in-1, and then my Dancer for range DPS. And that way I also cover all of the job quests, the new ones. And then after that, we'll probably level some other things. Because like I said, I do want to play Sage. I do like Sage. So I'm going to, after Scholars, probably going to focus on Sage. Finish that up. Then for tanks, I'm probably going to go to Gunbreaker, most likely. Warrior probably after that. Just because for the soloing of old content and things, having Warrior maxed out is still going to be the best option. And then for melee DPS, I generally don't know or care too much which ones. I'm probably just going to work my way down or something. Like Dragoon, Ninja, Samurai, Reaper, Viper, like literally in that order. Something like that. For ranged, I'm still undecided. I like both Bard and Machinist somewhat. It's not like I like one a lot more than the other. They both have some clunk that I don't personally enjoy. In terms of button pressing. Machinist in particular, like, dude, I hate Flamethrower. That button needs to get changed, in my opinion. It's one of the least satisfying buttons to press, probably in the entire game. Because you have to press it, not move, not do anything. For AoE, for basic AoE, and it doesn't even do that much damage. So Flamethrower needs to get changed in some way. Maybe have it, you know, like Flamethrower is kind of something that you kind of like do, like Salt and Earth from like Dark Knight, you know, like where you click Flamethrower, you select the ground where you want to plop a, you know, fire on the ground, and then you do a bloop, like a cast or something, you do some fire, and then you move on or something. I don't know. But it's just pressing a button and then standing still for like 2 seconds or however long that cast lasts is really not fun. Not satisfying at all. And yeah, for casters, I genuinely don't like anything other than Summoner. I know Summoner has been like made super easy and stuff, but just the fantasy of it, I feel like it still works. The way it works, you know, you switch the summons and all that. So I still like Summoner, despite its simplicity. I don't care too much about whether it's simple or not. I care more about how it feels, and I still like how Summoner feels, even though it's a little bit on the more simple side. Yeah, so those are probably going to be the things that I focus on. Paladin, Scholar, Dancer, Summoner first, and then one for each of the other ones probably. But at the same time, I know I need to do a lot of DPSs through like Trust, because I have a crap ton of levels to do. So this is going to be a little bit on the slow side. I know. We're going to have to do a lot of this to finish things up. But other than that, all's Gucci. All is Gucci. What is this? 90? Okay, they are 90. They don't actually give XP. So we don't actually need to do those. Dead Ends was the last one? No. This one's the last. 153, 5, 7, 9. Yeah, this one's the last one. 4 XP. $635, $640, $645, $650 with $680 sync. Okay, got it. And then $670 with $700 sync. Yeah, this one's the last one that gives XP at least. How does this give less experience though than this one? That's a little bit weird. I guess this has probably got a bonus XP or something because it's catch up, I guess. But it's still a little bit funny to see like this one give less XP than the other one. And then for this one, we already finished everything, so we already know. It's not really worth doing though, Shadowbringers anymore, for XP at least. It might just be worth it to... No, this is probably stops giving XP if you're above a certain level, probably. I don't know, we'll see. If this is actually worth it, it might just be worth it to run these NPCs in Aitia instead of this one, Origenics. I actually don't know if the experience goes down after because of the level difference. I haven't done it in so long, so I don't know what the penalty is. There probably is a penalty. Knowing Square Enix, they probably wouldn't let this be abused, even if it's just for like 1 million extra experience compared to the old one. They probably have diminishing returns or something if you're too high level. But yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it here for now though. It's getting a little bit late. I could go for a little bit longer, but I feel like it's a good place to stop. We talked a bit, we did a little bit of daily stuff. I don't really feel like doing a dungeon right now or anything like that. Maybe tomorrow once I'm in the mood for it, you know, like mentally prepared for it. It's different, but right now I kind of don't feel like doing any more dungeon. It's also kind of late, so may as well call it quits a little bit earlier than usual. Tomorrow's Friday anyway, so we're gonna be going for a longer stream as usual for weekends. We might play a few things. Might do a little, like start off with a little bit of ZZZ or something. See where everybody's at. If I get some of my friends and you know, Discord buddies interested and on, might do a little bit of TFD if they're interested. If not, we'll probably just do some more FF grinding, chilling over the weekend, chatting, listening to some music. I'm probably not gonna stream that on YouTube, so sorry YouTube friends, but I just don't feel like grinding and chatting is as good of a like general content for YouTube as it is like having a specific topic or just focusing on a specific thing in terms of gameplay. But obviously, if there's anything worth, you know, sharing from the stream and whatnot, I can always make like a clip or whatever, small video for you guys. Just let me know if you're interested. And I mean, if you're interested in grinding streams, leave it in the comments, honestly. Like, I don't mind streaming on YouTube all the time, like dual streaming, but it just feels like it's not something people actually want to watch on YouTube. Not unless you're like a big streamer or whatever, what have you, right? I feel like Twitch is a little bit better for just grinding and chilling streams, stuff like that. Could be wrong though. So sound off in the comments if you want to see long grinding sessions. I did it for the story mode because, again, that's MSQ, even though it was, 10-hour streams and stuff. It was, at least it's MSQ and things and reactions and whatnot, but just me running dungeons like back to back to back for 10 hours. I don't know if any of you guys want to actually watch that, but let me know. Let me know, and if people are interested, I have no problem dual streaming. But yeah, we're gonna call it quits for now. We'll be back tomorrow, chilling, hanging out, and grinding my butts off. I'm gonna have to get all of this leveled up, all of this. And at some point, Blue Mage. At some point. Once everything's done. It's like my least priority, just because it has such a limited general use. I know it's fun. I've seen what people can do with it, and I do still want to get it done just so I can do the carnival stuff for the Blue Mage. But it's kind of just like, you know what, it can wait. It's not that big of a deal if I leave it for last. So yeah, well, Blue Mage is gonna happen for sure once we got everything else to a hundo, as well as with these. Probably gonna leave like maybe one gatherer or something, or one crafter for, or two for when the beast stripes come out. I don't know yet. I'll give it some thought, but I do want to at least get everything to like 90, 91 in preparations for the dailies and the trusts. We'll probably focus on doing trusts for the most part, just to finish things up. So we're gonna do as much dungeons as we can, leveling our jobs so that we can get trusts done. And once we finish the trusts, we will see where we stand exactly in terms of progress with job levels, and then recalculate our direction, I guess, on that front. I also have a bunch of the side quests for the new expansion that I need to go through. We could also do some of those. But that's gonna be, I say tomorrow, but it's today for me, because yay, Europe. So, you know what? That's it. That is all. I have told you everything that is on my mind for today. Dawntrail story is fine. People are complaining for no reason. I think it's fine. Enjoy it. If it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea. But it's not bad by any means. Have fun. Stop worrying about what everybody says and thinks and all the tryhards and all of that. Just have a good time. Hang out with the boys and girls and just, chill, have fun. And if you don't like something, just skip it. That's fine too. It's your time. It's your enjoyment. Play however you want. If you don't like the story, don't like it, skip it. If you like the story, like me, watch it, have fun, then do whatever it is you want. And yeah, that's my wisdom of the day. I'll see you all guys tomorrow. Take care, have fun, enjoy the rest of your evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is. Good morning, good night, all of those things. And I'll catch you tomorrow, next time. Bye.